Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to this reading where we're going to be diving into the version of you that you're letting go of, the version of you that is kind of dissolving away from you. And then we're going to be figuring out who it is that you're becoming right now, okay? What's evolving? What's transforming within you? What is leveling up, I guess you can say. And I don't like that word, but it really does kind of feel like that. And the reason why I say this is because when I was getting the significator cards for each of the piles, this one being for pile 1, this one for 2, and this one for 3, I always look at the collective's back of the deck energy after I get all the significator cards for each of the piles. And the back of the deck here with this deck that we're using today, my Oracle of Ascendance deck, you guys all receive Libra, and underneath it is Gemini. So these are both air signs. Secondly, there is this energy here with odd numbers. So odd numbers, whenever I think of like an odd number, for some reason, I think about more like movement, a little bit more chaos, unevenness, because it is an even number. And there's also, and the reason why I'm saying even numbers is because Libra is 7 and this one's 3. Seventh house, third house, seventh sign, third sign, in the zodiac wheel or whatever. So there's like this energy here of like trying to make things right, because with Libra being the collective's back of the deck, there is some form of imbalance, and there's something that wants to come to the surface and be seen so that you can finally acknowledge the imbalance for like what it is and bring it to attention, express it, speak up about it. There's something here about speaking. And not to mention, pile number 2, I feel like there's going to be a big theme for you guys because your significator card is the Mercury sign, and Mercury rules Gemini. I have no clue what Geburah is, but we're going to be looking into the booklet within the readings when we dive into your portion. With that being said as well, my loves, I do also have a pile preparation portion if you guys do want to see the raw and unedited process that I move through when I prepare for your readings as well. And before you guys completely just skip everything, if you guys already haven't and you're still listening, let me just give you guys the breakdown, the game plan, and how we're going to be diving into this topic for today, okay? So the first thing we're going to be looking at are two questions. The version of you that's falling away and where you're still holding on to it. Secondly, in the second section, we're going to be looking at another 2 questions, which is who you're in the middle of becoming and where this version of you is naturally leading you. And then lastly, we're going to be looking at what this new version of you needs to fully come through. And then we're going to finish up with final messages from source as well as your higher self, or really whatever wants to come through in this moment at this time. The way that we're going to be doing this reading is a little bit different in comparison to how I normally do my readings. I usually throw up. That is the wrong way to say that. I usually throw in a bunch of different oracle decks when I do my readings, but this one felt like it wanted to come through more more simply, I guess you can say. So, we are going to be really just honing in on exactly what wants to come through. We're going to pay a lot of attention to tarot today, and I am really excited to dive into this topic. I do highly, highly encourage you, my loves, to give yourselves a moment to ground and center yourselves before you end up going to your spot for the reading. I would rather you choose something from a place of easefulness and breath and spaciousness within you when you are choosing something that has so much important things to say. We want to make sure that that is exactly what is meant for you at this time. I do lovingly invite you to give yourself a nice inhalation through the nose. Maybe tensing and lifting your shoulders up towards your ears while you do so, holding it at the top for 3, 2, and 1. With an HA exhalation sound coming out of the mouth, allowing those shoulders to wash down the back if you're seated, or even if you're lying down, just allow your body to kind of melt closer and continuing to breathe at your own pace here. And if you feel comfortable or feel safe to do so, I invite you to close your eyes for a moment just to really tap into your breath today. Tap into your breath in this moment. Give yourself permission to breathe more spaciousness within you and wherever part of your body's asking for a little bit more awareness or ease. Thanking yourself for showing up today for this moment, to hear exactly what it is you were meant to hear in reference to the version of you that you are becoming and the version of you that is falling away. We are going to be diving into all of that together. And if your eyes are still closed as you continue to breathe, see if you can find a color that wants to come through. Whatever color just naturally comes into the mind's eye And breathing into that color because it's asking for your energy in this moment, thanking it for showing up. It can literally be black. You know, it could be anything. There's no right or wrong way to do this. And in that moment, in that color, in that space, ask yourself, who is it that I am becoming and who is it that is falling away? Continuing to breathe there just a little bit more. And you can stay here for as long as you need to, continuing to really center on that question in your mind's eye. And if you do feel ready to, you can always lovingly open your eyes up softly whenever you feel ready or comfortable. You could pause this video if you need more time, you know, just to continue settling into your body and your inner world and your inner center. But if not, you know, this is the card for pile 1. This one's for pile 2, and this one's for pile 3, okay, loves? So I will meet you at your portion of the reading, and I will meet you there, okay? See you soon. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, where we're just going to be shuffling and gathering all the oracle and tarot cards for the reading topic of today. Okay, this is completely raw, completely unedited, so you're going to get to kind of buckle up and enjoy the ride and see how the process unravels. You know, you can always go to the time thing, I forgot what it's called in settings, to like speed through this if you're curious to see, but you also don't have a lot of patience, because I tend to not have a lot of patience either, so I can understand that. But I'm just going to dive right into this so we can get everything prepped and just go straight into your reading, my loves. So for the first section, we're looking at the version of you that's falling away. So we're going to be using my archetype deck, my Wheel of Emotions deck, and we're also going to be using my Lightseers Tarot deck. Oh, I can't stop yawning today. For the second question in this first section, which is where you're still holding on to it. So let me just gather the cards for the first one, which is just these two. And let us see. So what is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? What is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? All right, so are these upside down? I don't know. I can't tell. This one was in reverse. I'm going to just keep it. We're going to trust and let us shuffle again. What is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? Allow the card to come out if it's meant for them. What is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? What is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? One more shuffle. What is the version of pile number 1 that's falling away? Okay. Back of the deck does want to come through here. We have guilt. Okay, interesting. Intrigued to see where this reading's going to take us. All right, so we're now going to shuffle this deck of tarot to see where you're still holding on to it. And then in the second section, I forgot to mention, we're going to be using the same decks. So we're going to be seeing who you're in the middle of becoming and where this version of you is naturally leading. But actually, so you know what I think I'm going to do? I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to shuffle the tarot in the reading itself. And so you'll kind of see as I unravel, just trust me. But yeah, I'm just going to shuffle this to reset it and then leave it to the side. Oh my God, I can't stop yawning today. I don't know why, guys. All right, so we got that set up. We're going to shuffle the same decks for the second section. So I feel called to keep this out, so I'm going to for the back of the deck energy. Who is is pile number 1 in the middle of becoming? Regardless of when they come across this reading. Who is pile number 1 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 1 in the middle of becoming? Contempt. Okay. So we got 3. We're going to hold them here. Love is the final back of the deck, which I think is kind of beautiful. All right. But these two landed together. This one landed on its own. We're going to hold it there. Who is pile number 1 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 1 in the middle of becoming? One more shuffle. Who is pile number 1 in the middle of becoming? Okay, so we have 2 cards that came here as well. All right, beautiful. Okay. I like this. So, a lot of growth made here. Beautiful souls. Okay, so we got section 2. We have section 1 set up. Sorry, I'm just trying to get everything organized. Or keep it organized so I don't get confused. All right. Now for the 3rd section. I can't stop yelling, guys. I don't know why. I'm so sorry. Okay. I don't know if I'm forgetting to breathe. I don't know if you guys knew this, but like if you forget to breathe for a long period of time, like you don't take breaths while you talk, your body forces you to yawn so you can take air in. I don't know if it's that or just a lot of energy maybe. So for this final, I guess, section, this was a quick prep, but we have like, I think 5 decks or 6 decks for this last one that we're going to be using. All Oracle. All right. We're going to be looking at what this new version of you needs to fully come through. Okay. So what does this new version of pile number 1 need to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? One more shuffle. What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? Okay. So we got 2 cards there. What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? One more shuffle. Okay, nothing wants to come through. Back of the deck, though, does. We have the number 26 with portal, change, gateway, and new beginnings. 100 and 1,000%. That is what is happening. Okay. What does this new version of pile number 1 need to fully come through? One more shuffle. What does this version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? Okay. Beautiful. Back of the deck here is geranium with the keyword nurturing. Trigger statement, I am all in my head. True statement, I create with pleasure. Take time to rest, and in that time, be open to creative pursuits. Surround yourself with things that please your senses, and be gentle with yourself. How cute is that? I love that. And it kind of matches a back of the deck energy on the 2nd section, but I don't want to spoil things, as that is for the reading itself. Let's keep going. What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? Okay. Beautiful. The back of the deck wants to come through here. 2 more decks. What does this new version of pile number 1 need to fully come through? 1 more shuffle. What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? 1 more. What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? Nothing. Back of the deck though, we have the Manipura solar plexus chakra. Sorry, I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. With courage, I move beyond my fears and step forward with courage. And then for the final deck, my Malefique Lenormand deck, what does this new version of pile number 1 need to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? 1 more. What does this new version of pile number 1 need in order to fully come through? Okay, back of the deck here is Anchor with the number 3 and 5, adding to 8. And 2 and 6 also add to 8. Okay, so expansion of some sort. And we have the Bear in reverse. Something to keep in mind. Okay, so we got all the cards set up for the 3rd section. And then for your final messages from source as well as your higher self, I believe I'm also going to want to do that in the reading itself, where we're going to be using my new Angel, Guardian Angels Tarot deck, which I think is like really, really cute. It's a great way to wrap up a reading to get a final message. So we're going to be doing that as well, but in the reading itself. Okay, my love. So I think that's all I have to prep in reference to this preparation portion. So whenever you're ready, I will meet you at the reading part itself. Okay, love? So I'll see you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile with the term Geburah, which is a Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you and reference to you're not the same anymore, and like here's who you're becoming. All right, so to be completely blunt and completely honest with you, this deck that I use for my significator cards, it's called the Oracle of Ascendance deck. It's got so many different symbols in it. And because of that, I never have time. I didn't have any time to fully study it, okay? So I already went ahead and tried to understand what a Sephiroth is. And I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. So if anyone knows about this, let me know in the comments down below if I'm butchering anything, because I really want to respect everything and culturals and stuff like that. Cultural things as well. But from what I'm gathering within the booklet itself, this is part of the Tree of Life. So the Tree of Life contains the 10 planes of existence or influence that connect all life, each called a Sephiroth. The Tree of Life can be seen as a sort of model demonstrating how the divine descends to this realm. It also shows paths through which we in this realm can return to unity with the divine through removal of obstacles that limit our consciousness. So with that, this is a Sephiroth, and it has to do with one of the 10 planes of existences or influences that connect all life, okay? Are we on the same page? So you guys ended up receiving the symbol for the Geburah, I think it's pronounced, which is one of the Sephiroths of the 10 planes of existences or influences that connect all of life together on the Tree of Life. So with this, I want us to keep in mind a couple of things. So I don't know if you guys were too impatient to listen to the intro fully and completely, because I did share in the back of the deck's collective energy. I was talking about odd numbers and how odd numbers, there's some form of imbalance. Whenever I think of an odd number, I think of like some more action taking energy because there's more imbalance of some kind in the moment. In comparison to like even numbers where there's like equal things on each side. Does that make sense? So what's intriguing to me is the Tree of Life card. When I went to it to like learn a little bit of background on this symbol, 2 and 5 add to 7, okay? And your back of the deck collective energy was the number 7. 7 being ruling by Libra, right? On top of that, with the Geburah, we also, I didn't know this, but it's the 5th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life. So 5s are about change. Sometimes it's not the most pleasant types of changes, but they're essential changes, just like a Tower card in the Major Arcana Tarot. We don't always enjoy seeing a Tower card when we're going through some SHIT, but, you know, that is the very thing that is required of us to grow, to heal, to transcend, transform, whatever the effing word that you want to fill in the blank with. Be it, whatever it be, you know, these are essential moments. So there is some form of change going on beneath the surface of things. And so on top of that, though, it's fiery. And the reason for this is because I already kind of cheated, but I'm going to read it anyways. For your Geburah Sephiroth, below Bina on the tree's left pillar is Geburah. Geburah, the key word being strength, represents the realm of severity and or strengths. Strength. It reminds us that few things last forever. Without a cycle and remaining constant, things stagnate and cannot grow. See, this is what I find interesting, because with odd numbers, you know, to find balance, there has to always be movement 24/7 because there's no equality. So when we think about the collective's back of the deck energy, we had the Libra, and those are the scales. So think about like, in order for like a plank of wood to balance on like a cylinder, let's say a thin cylinder, and it's going to be like a seesaw effect sort of, let's say we have 3 balls, the balls have to keep going back and forth to keep I hope you guys can understand this imagery I'm trying to give I'm sharing out loud, to keep the stick from touching either side of the floor or the bottom, and keep it in the air. The balls have to constantly be moving on it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. So it's kind of giving that example here, which I find really cool because that was standing out to me at the beginning. Geburah is often called the destroyer because it represents the reminder of mortality, which must exist in order for balance to be maintained. For how could things be created without also being destroyed? Together, Geburah and Chesed, which is the other Sephiroth, represent change, so there is no stagnation. Alone, Geburah represents the need to rebuild or restructure. If you have a plan or situation that isn't working out as you intended, have you examined its foundation? Geburah reminds you that if the foundation is not sound, it is acceptable to destroy it so that a new structure can be built, which is a literal analogy associated with the Tower card in Major Arcana, which is what my brain was going to. So I something like that is here, okay? There is a lot of power in this pile, by the way. And the reason why I share this is because when I was doing the preparation portion before starting your reading, my loves, I just felt and sensed so much like intensity here, like Phoenix rising from the ashes type of intensity, you know? And it's like those movies where you see like something devastating and you're trying to wait for the person to like get their head out of the sand. Maybe you think they died or something, and then it's just silent, and then you hear the wah because the person's hand comes out of it and you're like, yeah, they're alive. Like, it just feels like that type of intensity here when it comes to the rising of some sort. Like, there is something huge happening and going on, which I find super amazing, like so beautiful. Like, if this reading has come to you and found you at the time that it has, if this is timeless reading, my love, like there's some massive SHIT going on. There is some massive shifts, massive changes in store for you because of a lot of hard work that you've done to get to this point. Okay, so be really really proud of yourself. And I know that I'm also hearing like some of you guys that ended up choosing this pile to be proud of what? What can I be proud of? That's what I'm hearing. You're focusing too much on the environment around you. And what I mean by that, you're looking too much outside of you and you're seeing the chaos outside of you, but you're not looking at how much you've developed in your inner world, in the internal, because there was a time when you would not have been able to handle everything that life has thrown at you, and you wouldn't be able to like be standing here like breathing or like patiently listening to this, for example, without like crashing out. You know what I mean? Like there's something here about like intensity and your energy that is shape-shifting in some way, shape, or form. So let's go. Let's dive. We have section 1. So for section 1, we're going to be looking at 2 questions: the version of you that's falling away and where you're still holding on to this version of you, okay? Like in your life. The way that we're going to be doing this, I already got the oracle cards prepared for this first question. The only thing is that for where you're still holding on to it, we're going to be using my Light Seers Tarot deck to discover that and explore it. But the reason why I didn't prepare it in advance is because we were going to be using this deck a couple of times for this reading topic today. And then we also have my clarifier, the Wild Unknown Tarot deck, as well, in case we need it for clarifiers. So, all right, I just wanted to share that and get it out of the way. So when it comes to the version of you that's falling away, my loves, you guys ended up receiving a back of the deck energy that wanted to come through, which is guilt. Okay. And it says here, guilt is a ghoulish sort of queasy sensation which keeps reappearing. We can speak of feeling guilty, yet in the same breath imply we've done nothing wrong. Some people take too little responsibility and others too much. The phrase having a guilt complex became a voguish diagnosis in the early 20th century. As psychotherapist Alfred Adler put it in 1927, the guilt complex is a combination of self-accusation and repentance, which strives for superiority on the useless side of life. Even guilt itself, with its worrying obsession with self-punishment and blame, was a kind of avoidance. We feel guilty instead of doing what we know we ought to do. This vision of guilt has been very influential in the modern self-help movement, in which guilt is seen to be the enemy of productivity and personal fulfillment. Most of us find ourselves stuck in interminable conversations with ourselves. Was it our fault or theirs? Should we take more responsibility or less? The truth usually lies somewhere between. It's less a question of making guilt vanish than adjusting to its background hum. Okay. So there is a lot of growth, and not only that, but with the back of the deck energy being the emotion of guilt, there's this idea here that you can feel everything. Like you could have felt called to clicking into this reading because you can literally sense the shape shifting happening in the background. Like you can feel the frequencies changing around you. You can feel your cells tingling. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. I'm being very like metaphorical of it, obviously. But it's me, I'm sharing this because that's the literal, I can't think of the right word right now. There's a word that I wanted to say, but I can't think of it anymore. It's so visceral, this change. I don't know if this is the correct word, but let's pretend it is. If it is, great. If it's not, that sucks for me. But I'm hearing like visceral. Like it's such a visceral change that you can feel it's there, even though like when you look in the mirror, like you can't physically tell. You know what? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Okay, so first up, for the version of you that's falling away, we got the shapeshifter archetype, and I've never got this card before. This deck for the archetype is massive, clunky as heck. So the fact that you guys got shapeshifter, it came in reverse. So I'm going to be reading the shadow attribute first. Projecting any image that serves your personal agenda in the moment. Okay, and then the light attribute, skill at navigating through different levels of consciousness, ability to see the potential in everything. Shapeshifter, didn't I say that word like a couple of times already? Okay, so I want us to focus on the shadow, okay? We're gonna focus on the shadow attribute here. I'm trying to see if there's something I can put on top of this so that I don't pay attention to that word. Okay, let's pretend that this isn't a lighter and it's a cool thing, but it is a lighter, okay? All right, next up, we have a wumbuk, and I have no clue what this word means, so let us read. There is an emptiness of after visitors depart. The walls echo. The space which felt so cramped while they were here now seems weirdly large. And though there is often relief, we can also be left with a muffled feeling, as if a fog has descended and everything seems rather pointless. The indigenous Baining people who live in the mountains of Papua New Guinea are so familiar with this experience that they name it a wumbuk. They believe that departing visitors shed a kind of heaviness when they leave, so as to travel lightly. This oppressive mist hovers for 3 days, creating a feeling of distraction and inertia and interfering with the family's ability to tend to their home and crops. So once their guests have left, the Baining fill a bowl with water and leave it overnight to absorb the festering air. The next day, the family rises very early and ceremonially flings the water into the trees, whereupon ordinary life resumes. Okay. Okay, let me sit with this, because in terms of the version of you that's falling away, there's this idea here that's coming through of like not faking yourself anymore, not pretending to be something you're not anymore. This version of you that's falling away, it used to eat your life alive. It used to eat it up completely. And what I mean by that is it would literally take over all these different arenas of your life. Like if you had to split up your life areas like a pizza pie, like and get slices, like one slice could be like family, the other one could be health, the other one could be love life, personal, things like that, social, work, etc. This version of you that's falling away interfered with every single area of it. On top of that, there's this idea here of, I don't know if it's people pleasing that's coming through, but it happened okay, this version of you, I was trying to figure out how to say it, but I'm going to just restart my sentence. It lacked the ability to identify the inner world situation at hand. It lacked the ability to fully comprehend the deeper truth to why you were being this way, why you were in this version of you to even begin with. It didn't fully comprehend it. It may have used to get like stuck on one specific narrative or way of like telling themselves or yourself, I guess, hey, like this is why I'm like this. When in reality, there was so many more things that led to this version of you being birthed into reality in the first place. And like this version of you that's falling away, it fed into that spiral. It fed into this black hole, this sinkhole that you were sinking yourself into. It fed into allowing you to stay like stuck. Does that make sense? Let me see. I'm going to get clarifiers now with my unknown, the wild unknown. So who is this version of pile number 1 that's falling away? Can you add some clarifiers, please? Okay. Thank you. So we have the 10 of Pentacles. Well, sorry, back of the deck, we have the 10 of Swords. Underneath that, we have the King of Cups. So the 10 of Swords with the King of Cups, you're 100% ready to let this part of you go. You're tired of it. We have the 4 of Pentacles with the 10 of Pentacles when I asked for clarifiers. So it's like you had to really pretend to be something you're not for such a long flipping time, pile number 1. For the sake of image, for the sake of some bigger vision of some kind. I don't know if this vision is something that you completely wanted though, but what I can say for certain is that things have shifted. Things have shifted in the last couple of months is what I'm hearing, that led to a major epiphany, a major moment of clarity for you in your inner world that has led to the desire to stop allowing yourself to stay stuck in this story. There was a story that was being told to you again and again and again. And I don't know how to explain that. Like, I don't know what this story came from or I don't know where it came from.
but it was being fed to you by the spoon. Because of it, I feel like it was fed to you by somebody else, and then you took on the role of feeding it to yourself subconsciously without even realizing it. So it just kept reinstating this like belief or narrative or whatever that then birthed this version of you that's falling away. And this version of you does everything it can in its power to feel okay, to feel steady, to feel safe. I can definitely tell you for a fact that this version of you that is falling away it loves you, okay? Like, I want to make that clear. It deeply, deeply loves you. And it thought it was doing what was best for you at certain times, where maybe it could have ended up like hurting others in some way, shape, or form. But obviously they didn't go about it in the best of ways. So there is this feeling of like disappointment and shame, I guess you can say, that lingers with this version of you. But that's where the desire for change is like also coming through too. Like, there is a desire to wake up to this, and you are, right? You definitely are, because you're looking at the bigger picture and you're thinking about where you want to be and realizing that there is another way to do that where it doesn't need to feel so draining all the time. Does that make sense? But let me see. Let me just clarify this Ten of Pentacles to see if I'm missing anything. Can you clarify the Ten of Pentacles for me, Source? Okay. We have the Seven of Swords. Ten of Pentacles. Two of Wands. Yeah. Okay. So it is. Thank you for the clarifier. So this version of you that's falling away, it thought that it had to do things by a certain playbook in order to get the results. But what it was also doing was hurting things along the way, because all it wanted was progress on its journey. Does that make sense? So let's now take a look and see where you're still holding on to this version of you in your life, okay? So this is where we're going to be getting my Light Seers Tarot deck out and take a look at that, okay? So where's pile number one still holding on to this version of themselves? Okay, back of the deck here is Temperance. Yeah, you're definitely still in the process of healing this wound, healing this thing. And what was interesting as I was shuffling this deck, what was coming through in my head is this was a survival thing. It's not like you were trying to intentionally hurt people along the way of your journey in life. It's not like you were intentionally trying to create some chaos or wreak havoc or, have repercussions be made on other people's situations, but it happened that way. Things unraveled the way they did. And in a way, you're still holding on to this version of you through how you continue to like try to show up for yourself, because it's very hard right now for you to release I don't know if this is workaholism. I don't know if this is like this desire to constantly feel like you're winning in life. You're achieving it, you're making it. But sometimes the desire for this progress in wherever area of your life this may reflect towards or resonate with, it leads you to still hold on to this version of you that's trying to fall away right now, because you have lived more years of your life working and grinding and trying to progress in this arena of your life with the focus on you and the focus on self-preservation and accomplishing the vision, accomplishing the goal, the end goal of some kind. And originally, your work ethic did get developed from trauma, okay? It did get developed from this idea of lack of mentality. So this idea of still feeling like you're never enough, it's like you were working towards something in a way that just never really felt satisfying. Nothing that you would do would feel good enough. And it kind of drove you insane. You know what I mean? The reason why I say this, I feel like a lot of you guys that did end up choosing this pile have so much, like I did tell you guys, there's so much intensity in your energy, but now I can see why. We got the Hierophant card, and I think it came out earlier too with this other deck. So there's this idea here of just having a bigger vision. There's this, you're a visionary, pile number one. When you envision the goals or the things that you want to achieve or strive towards in life, it's very specific. And because of the specificities of it all, there's this idea that there's a very specific way on how you're meant to get to those things. But because of doing it the way that you've been doing it, it's been limiting you. It's been limiting your vision because you're too tunnel visioned right now. You're just seeing what you want to see, but you're not seeing beyond that. And beyond that, there's so much more possibility for growth, opportunity, and even more expansion than you thought was ever possible. But if you don't look at those other ways of getting there, then you're not gonna get to experience all that life has to really offer you. And I feel like a part of you has known that it desires more, or it's like hungry for more in some way, like more maybe like life experience of some kind. This could be like love area, like love life and work life, and like they're battling with each other and you're like having a lot of trouble deciding like or choosing one thing over the other. That's the other thing that's coming through. But hold on, let me see if there's anything else Source can add in here for where you're still holding on to this version of you in your life. Can you add anything else here? The Magician and the Knight of Cups. Okay. Yeah. You are, so Shapeshifter reminds me of the energy of the Magician. Seven of Swords kind of reminds me of a shapeshifter too, because there's like sneaky energy here, right? Where you're still holding on to this version of you does have a lot to do with how you're striving towards your goals right now. You can be very disciplined when you want to be when it comes to how deeply you desire something. And is it just me, or am I like absolutely insane that this thing that's part of my table, it's a glass table, looks like an eye? Am I crazy? So there's like this idea here of like, you put so much pressure on yourself, like you feel like maybe all eyes are on you, that everyone's watching you and how you're going to show up and how you're going to succeed, that you feel like you constantly have to portray yourself as a very specific way, when in reality, like it feels like you've been betraying yourself for like the longest time. But that's changing. It's trying to change. Like, there's so many positive cards here. I want to make this extremely clear. I don't think that you guys are like in an SHIT show with your life, but it kind of feels that way because of how the survival mentality had to get developed. But I feel like the only reason why it feels that way is because you've never been open to change. Like, you don't like the idea of change. You like to have a certain way of doing things. There's a certain game plan, a certain structure. There's a need for control here that's very, very strong. And you don't like to, what's the word, yield or shift game plans unless you know that there's going to be a benefit for you in the end of it. But if the benefit towards you isn't like easily noticeable, then it's frustrating. That version of you is falling away. And you do still hold on to it. It still tries to creep up on you in moments where you're feeling the most like empowered. What I mean by this, you have already accomplished a lot. Like, you've made a lot of progress in your journey. Wherever this thing is that you've been striving towards, you made a ridiculous amount of progress in. And I know that it might feel like, oh yeah, right, like you can just say that. But no, pile number one, like it genuinely feels like you've made a ridiculous amount of progress, but it just feels like you haven't towards yourself because of how hard you are on you. You have so much anger in you. I don't know where to pin it on, but I can sense so much rage, but it's like rage that you're putting into this goal, this desire. And in a way that's good. But at the same time, are you allowing yourself to acknowledge where the rage and anger's been coming from? Where was the origin story of that? Because that, I feel like, is really going to help you understand, like, okay, when I'm doing and moving towards my goals, am I doing so in a way that isn't going to hurt other people in the process? Or am I doing so in a way where I know that I'm listening to what my heart really wants in the moment. And I'm not just doing something because I think I need to, because I think that my identity that people have on me like depends on it. My what's the word? Reputation depends on it. Because then that's not how we're supposed to do things. So that is where you're still holding on to it. But let us now take a look and see like who you're in. And it's about like how you're grinding towards your goals, right? All right, let me just reset this deck. So let's reset it for the second section. We're now going to be taking a look at who you're in the middle of becoming and where this version of you is naturally leading, okay? So to do that, we're going to keep these cards out, okay? Here. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay, so we're going to keep that to the side. And now we're going to be looking at who you're in the middle of becoming. Okay? Let me just reset this deck. So who you're in the middle of becoming, we actually ended up getting like 2 piles. We're using the same decks here. But before we look there, let's look at the back of the deck energies for the second section for who you're in the middle of becoming. So for the first back of the deck energy, we got the hedonist archetype with the light attributes being inspires creative energy to embrace the good things in life, celebrates the beauty in yourself. Shadow attributes pursues pleasure to the detriment of health, indulges at the expense of others. Okay, so we have hedonist coming through. And then we also have love. All right. We may wax lyrical about love, but we are often struck dumb by it too. One of the oldest examples of love's inarticulacy is left by the poet Sappho, who lived around the 6th century BCE. She glimpses her beloved and falls into a kind of paralysis. My lost voice stutters, refuses to come back because my tongue is shattered. Sometimes it was through the wordlessness of a breath, a sigh, or a yawn that their love could find its best expression, a testament to long devotion. These silences are still part of the way we love. In the squeeze of a hand or a shared look across a room, in the word love itself, this word carries immense meaning. Can it describe the same emotion we feel for lovers, loyal friends, gods, long-term partners, parents, or pets? We have only this one syllable, vague, open to misinterpretation, so we shrug our shoulders. It's just, love. And I think that's so cute. I think that's adorable. And it pairs really well with the concept with hedonist here and the way that you were living life before, the version of you that's falling away. So let us take a look and see who you're in the middle of becoming. We have 2 archetypes and a couple of Wheel of Emotions that landed with each other as pairings. So let's look at this one first. We have the Virgin with the light attribute being maintaining symbolic purity of heart and spirit. Shadow attribute, fear of intimate union. Maintaining symbolic purity of heart and spirit. And then paired with it, we have regret. There's something so seductive about regret, the way it paints an aura of possibility around what has been broken, even seeming to mend it momentarily with what ifs. Though regret is rarely a comfortable state of mind, it also contains a flicker of pleasure and a strange if temporary sort of relief. The hardest regrets usually arrive when our own behavior jars with aspects of our identities we hold most dear. Those parts of ourselves which we cling on to most forcefully are usually the ones created in defense of some much earlier failure or criticism. If you made the effort to prove it wrong, seeing your own decisions or actions stack up in its favor can be painful. More often than not, what at the time seems an inconsolable loss is not the end of the story. Perhaps we'll adjust ourselves to our regrets. Perhaps we'll learn from them. But unlike resignation or acceptance, regret is ultimately a kind of desire for something different to have happened. It makes the mind waver, it gnaws. And by allowing us to imagine the possibility of things ending differently, it contains rather peculiarly a little germ of hope. Regret. Okay, I'm getting something here. And then next up, for the final set of these cards, you have the Femme Fatale with light attribute, highlights the erotic energy of the feminine, opens your heart when your dependency is rejected. Shadow attributes, inappropriate use of sensuality, attachment to money, and power. And then the cards that pair with it are heartache, saudade, nostalgia, a one book, mono no aware, boredom, melancholy, sadness, loneliness, and then we have contempt. Whether smirking, sneering, or turning away in cold indifference, being filled with contempt inflates us with a sense of superiority. Even at its mildest, contempt condescends with amused attachment. Some say contempt is a closed door, spelling the end of our relationship with those we feel it towards, but just as often it can stir new conversations into life. Contempt can be a form of political protest for the disempowered, when disdain is expressed for those thought to have no business looking down on anyone. Cozy privileges can be disrupted and a realignment of power envisaged. Okay. So there was a very specific way that you were viewing how to attain something, reach something, be something. I think I might move this, but let's just keep it here for now. Just remember, these things are separate. I'll place this here for reminder. What I'm trying to say, you had to constantly mold yourself to be something you're not for the sake of other people's comfort or desires, really. When in reality, there was so much longing inside you. Pile number one, whether this has to do with your love life or career or workaholism or whatever, you were doing something that kind of felt like you were stuck in some sort of fog or a cloud and you couldn't get out of that cloud. You couldn't find a way out. Because it just felt safer there. Who you're in the middle of becoming, though, is a version of you that desires so deeply to enjoy life again, to get to feel, to get to experience pleasure in life. And what I mean by that, this experience that you were moving through in the past, it isn't, I feel like it's not here anymore, or like you've distanced yourself. It's been distanced from you in some way, shape, or form when you're watching this, to the point where there's still some of it there when it comes to how you view yourself or like your personal goals in life. But at the same time, slowly but surely, pile number one, you are definitely making your way towards a way of living that feels more aligned with your actual truth and the pacing at which your heart has always longed for you to move at. What I mean by this, it feels like you've had to like constantly deny something to yourself or from yourself for such a long time. And it feels like now this new version of you that you're becoming, that you're in the middle of becoming, it's like taking that power back for good. It's taking that power back from whoever or whatever you were giving it to excessively and incessantly 24/7. And it's because you now understand like how full of BS that thing actually was, like how much of a waste it actually was, or not even a waste, but I'm hearing like waste of time in my head, but I think it's just because of how cutthroat you can be. You have so much fire in you, you know what I mean? This fire, it's like spit in flames, I feel like. Hold on, let me see if I can get a little bit more clarity here, because I feel like I'm already there. But at the same time, let's see if Source can kind of tie everything in together. Anything else to say regarding this section for pile one, Source? Okay, so back at the deck here is the Ten of Wands and the Five of Cups. Yeah, this is hard, right? But at the same time, it was necessary. And even though it sucks, it really does suck right now, and you're disappointed by it, but it ultimately also feels like this was for the better. You know this. I know that you're not going to want to hear it, but deep down you already know what I'm saying is like true. Let me get the card that fell out though. Yes. Okay, see, this is the card. We got the Ace of Wands. So it's tying it all together. There is new fire that's come through, and this fire, it's like, it wants to shine bright right now. It wants to keep things around it warm. And there's so much new beginnings or potential for new beginnings that are wanting to erupt because of all this transformation that's been going on beneath the surface within you, pile number one, because of everything that you've gone through. It's like you're turning to the next chapter now. And because of this, the next chapter, it has so much to do with focusing on you in the right ways where you're not hurting you anymore, and you're not hurting people around you because of a fear of how you would like. I don't think that you were trying. I want to make this very clear. When I brought that up a lot, it didn't mean that I meant like, oh, okay, like you're hurting people intentionally. No, I mean like you were so focused, aggressively focused on showing up in very specific ways that the specific ways that you were showing up in were unintentionally hurting people around you without you even realizing it. Or maybe it was hurting them to see how you were because they can tell. I don't know what that is. It could have been like immediate family. That's kind of what I'm picking up on as well. But moving forward, let's now see where this version of you, even though it hurts still, there's still like a fresh pain here. You're moving through it. You're trying to enjoy life more. And that is who you're in the middle of becoming, which I find really beautiful. It's like you're waking up and actually smelling the roses, or you're waking up and finally giving yourself permission to take your time to smell some roses. But now let's take a look and see where this version of you is naturally leading towards, okay? So this is where we're going to get the light seers and examine that together. Okay. So where is this version of pile number one naturally leading towards? Okay, so for the back of the deck, we have the Two of Swords, yeah, with the Queen of Cups and then the Eight of Wands. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of change. There's a lot of stuff going on right now because you already had to take some form of action where you're at in life to deal with this, and this action is what led to the shedding process occur and commence. And even though you have no flipping clue where it's leading you, there's a lot of anxiety here. You still feel like it's right. And that's the beautiful thing here. Like the fact that we have love as the back of the deck energy, with who you're in the middle of becoming, like it says it's just, love. Sometimes love, it isn't something we can explain to people if we tried. It is such a hard thing to explain because we don't realize how much we actually deeply love ourselves, how much our brain loves us enough to try to keep us alive. You know what I mean? And it does things for the sake of our survival, but it doesn't recognize we are the humans are the ones that determine, or we have told ourselves from a young age, like what's right and what's wrong. Our brain, there's no such thing as right or wrong. It just does the things to keep us alive. And that's it, point blank, period. So what I'm trying to say is that it's like you feel like your gut, your intuition, there's something here that's been leading you a certain way. You don't know why, but it's like you can feel the change and you're still willing to go at it anyways because you know that it feels right. Like there's no way to put a pin in it. And you have ever tried to like explain this to people, I feel like maybe you might have tried. They might think you're crazy. They might judge you, but it's like you're just doing what feels right in the moment. There's no specific way to describe it. Okay, so we have 3 cards that came upright. This one's facing down, so that's a significator card, and it is the King of Swords. So where this version of you is naturally leading. Let me just put this here so we have space. Let's do this. First up, we have Death, which is beautiful with Death Rebirth. Next up, we have the Page of Cups and the Six of Cups. Wow. You were so faking. You were so faking for such a long time just to appeal to others because you felt guilty for some reason. You felt like you owed them something at some points. But like, it was so exhausting, so draining to your soul. And now that's all changing, because this version of you, pile number one, it's naturally leading you to this shedding. It's naturally leading you to a massive rebirthing of your life, a transformative time where things as you know it, it's all not going to be the same a year from now, is what I'm trying to say. I can just feel that for you, because now you're going with heart and not mind. Now you're choosing to listen more to that inner knowing instead of just throwing it out because that was child's play at one point. There's this idea here of like finally getting to experience the things that you never let yourself experience when you were a kid, when you were younger, when you were growing up, because you were too focused on prioritizing other things. Where is that deck? Yeah. Clarify this. Let's see if we can get clarifiers for each, because I want to clarify the death card for me. Okay, so we have the Eight of Wands in reverse. Clarify the Page of Cups for me. Clarify the Page of Cups. Okay, we have the Five of Swords. And then clarify the Six of Cups for me, please, Source. Yeah, it was a dream. It was a massive, massive dream. But you kept trying to keep yourself in control. Not in control. It just feels like you were like trying to control yourself. Does that make sense? Like I have to keep myself in like under control, like keep it under control. You had to contain something. And it feels like it had a lot to do with your fire, your truth, because of the sake of something else for somebody else. Does this have to do with somebody else? Give me a yes or no, Source. Okay, so we have the Hermit, the Magician, Justice. Okay. I feel like this was you doing this to yourself with the Hermit in reverse. You just kind of, you might have been like really infatuated with somebody growing up that you like looked up to, or they gave you like a really good opportunity of some kind. And it's like you were too young to really know like discernment at the time, or you never were given an opportunity to practice full autonomy from this thing. It's like something was kind of like, think of like an eye drop or like a drop, like a thingy, the squeeze thing where you get the liquid and then like you dropper, I think it's called. Pretend like you have a bowl of water and that water's been like a certain way for such a long time, and that's all you ever thought, that's all you've seen, that's all you've known. And then a drop of like color dye, it turns the water red, but it slowly becomes super saturated by a drop, and then it slowly expands and expands into the water. Because you know when you don't mix something, it stays there, but it slowly keeps like filling, taking space up. It kind of feels like that sort of situation happened where you were stuck in some sort of story of something that you've known for such a long time. It was all you've known. It could have been like an example, an idea that's coming through is like, let's say like both of your parents were like chefs, and you only have ever seen life revolved around food and like chefs and cooking and that sort of thing. So that's what all you knew. So you're like, oh, like I just got to become a chef. You know what I mean? Or let's say you grew up in a small town, and in that small town there were very specific formats of belief systems. So you were surrounded by those belief systems 24/7. And then you take one trip, because let's say your school is like, let's go on this trip, and then you step out of this small town, and then that saturated color dye droplet in your water, and it's like, what the F? I thought this is how everything was. Like something has shifted where now your heart is like, had a hint of like freedom. It had a hint or a taste of expansion of some form. And this version of you that you're in the middle of becoming, pile number one, it's naturally leading you towards a space where you're not going to stay stuck in stagnant mode anymore. You are ready to grow. You're ready to evolve, and you're ready to take the next steps. And yes, it's going to be hard because this way of being has been so drilled into you for such a ridiculous amount of time. but you know that there's more out there than meets the eye right now. Like when I'm looking at this star card, for some reason I'm thinking about how like when we go stargazing, like we have yet to realize, or some of us don't realize this, but well, realistically speaking, we can't see every single freaking star in the sky unless we're getting closer and closer, you know, and that means we have to fly. That's a metaphor too. Like there's this idea here of like you thought you got to see all the stars in the sky, but there was so much more. There was so billions of more stars to see that if you had just widened your reach or maybe gotten a little bit of a telescope, you know, looked a little bit closer, your eyes would have focused enough on being able to see a little bit more farther out. And you never given yourself an opportunity to do that. Something happened where something shifted where you got to have an opportunity to do that. And it's led to a shift in perspective. It's led to a shift in how you want to move forward and how you want to show up and how you want to take your next step forward. And there is so much empowerment here that's trying to be birthed through you because of this new beginning. Let's get one more clarifier card for this King of Swords, because this bat, there's a bat here that's flying in the background that keeps standing out to me. For pile number 1, please, Swords, can you clarify this King of Swords card? Oh. Okay, so we have the 4 of Cups. And we have, what? Yeah, the 8 of Swords. And the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, see how much this is so like you're scared, okay? I can completely understand that. You feel like you didn't get to do enough. You feel like you never got enough time to do something, or you feel like you haven't had enough of some form of experience. And okay, this is going to get really deep and really heavy really fast, guys. Not everyone's going to resonate with this, but some of you guys may have been diagnosed with something that is really heavy, and it's led you to wake the F up and want to experience life now. And it kind of feels beautiful, you know? Have you ever heard of that Holocaust movie? It's Italian, called Life is Beautiful. La vita è bella. That is what I'm picking up on energetically. Like there's this energy here of like experiencing what life has to offer now, even though it feels like terrifying and some parts of you are fighting it, you still feel like your heart, it's asking for this for a reason. And I feel like in a way, through this experience, where this version of you is naturally leading you towards, because this is a massive experience and expedition you're going through, there's this idea here that you're going to get to uncover something about yourself because you chose to step out of this a confined area that you've let yourself stay little in for so long. Just by following where your heart's calling out towards now, there's massive shifts happening. And it is bittersweet. I want to say, like, this feels kind of bittersweet in a way. This energy just feels very bittersweet because it's painful, but it's also like painfully beautiful. Kind of like a movie. It's helping you get to live, really actually live, and like go towards the things you want to go towards in a way where you actually feel alive while doing it, not just surviving and just living. So it's a lot of bittersweetness, but it's all for the better. This is bringing so much light into your life, so much fulfillment, so much beauty, so much wonder, so much excitement and newness for opportunities. But it's only if you allow yourself to stop holding back. There's still fears here that try to get in the way. There's fears that have to do with some sort of thing with your feelings itself. You gotta stop being afraid of how you're feeling. How you're feeling, you're entitled to feel. Pile number 1. There's something here where you need to let yourself feel. But this is where the 3rd section comes in. So I honestly feel like that's just where we should go. So we're gonna be now looking at what this new version of you fully needs, or what this version of you needs to fully come through. Okay? So let us do that together. Let's just reset this in case we use it again. Okay. Your whole world got turned upside down and you think that it's such a heavy thing, but another part of you feels lightness, and you need to listen to that. You need to listen to the relief that comes with the pain at the same time, because it is bittersweet for a reason. It's like your heart is trying to balance it out, and it's like this. It can't stay stillness. It's constantly like this because you're wavering between this bitterness and you're wavering between the sweetness of the moment, because it's valid. It is really valid. How you're feeling is extremely valid. Okay, I want to make that clear. But this version of you that's coming through and where it's naturally leading you through is such a beautiful experience. Something where you get to, like, oh, well, I just cut the deck. We have the bully archetype. Highlights your tendency to intimidate others, helps you confront the inner fears that bully you. It's going to help you get to do that. It's going to help you stop letting things walk all over you. And what I mean by things, I mean your thoughts. I mean your mind. I mean the expectations that you used to put on yourself, because you have been so ridiculously hard on yourself, pile number one. Okay. So for this, look at all the cards you guys received. You received a lot of cards. You have a couple of back of the deck energies too. I'm going to move this out of the way. I can still see it. You guys just won't be able to on your end. So we have space. So, okay. What this new version of you needs to fully come through. Before we go here, let's look at the back of the deck energies. So first up with my essential oils deck, we have geranium, with the key word being nurturing, and a trigger statement being, I am all in my head. True statement, I create with pleasure. Take time to rest, and in that time, be open to creative pursuits. Surround yourself with things that please your senses and be gentle with yourself. So again, hedonist energy is coming through, right? Because it's someone who inspires creative energy to embrace the good things in life, celebrates the beauty in themselves. And there's this energy here, like this is sacral chakra energy. And I was sensing that when I was first looking into this card and the beginning of your reading. I just didn't say anything because I wanted to see if it continued to follow us. And it just continues to, because this energy is pure sacral chakra energy. It's about allowing ourselves to feel what wants to come through, giving permission to feel the emotions. And there's a discomfort to it, but there's also a peace that starts to slowly blossom within us when we start giving ourselves permission to feel fully without hesitation. The next card for back of the deck, we have Anchor with the number 3 and 5 adding to 8. We're going to be looking at my Malefic Lenormand booklet to understand the meanings of these cards. Okay. For the other back of the deck, we have 2 more energies. We had my Manipura solar plexus chakra with the keyword courage. I move beyond my fears and step forward with courage. And then lastly, we have Portal with the number 2 and 6 also adding to 8 with change, gateway, and new beginnings. So there is a lot of that here. A lot of that here. And the solar plexus chakra is about change. 2 8s is about expansion, abundance, manifesting, doing your due diligence to get the rewards of some sort. And I don't know, like, I'm just so curious to see where this is going to take us. I'm trying to make this freaking... Okay, there's a reason. Let's put it here. So for Anchor, let's just see what this means really quick. 35, point of balance, stability, hope, safety, security, weight, heavy burden, getting stuck, no progress. So it's like either or energy. I feel like this is more, though, pointing towards stability, safety, security. But there is also a lot of heavy burden. That's the bittersweetness. Okay, let's keep going. So first up, for what this new version of you needs to fully come through, my loves, we have the Ajna third eye chakra with the keyword clarity. I clear my mind and let my decisions arise from inner clarity. This card wants to come through next. This is another Malefic card. We have the Clover with the number 2. And then we have bear that came in reverse. I left it there like that on purpose with the number 15, 1 and 5 adding to 6, but bear is in reverse. Next up, we have centering with the keyword align, a trigger statement. I feel conflicted. True statement. I am true to my highest self. Your focus needs to turn within to reflect on stories that aren't true for you. Love is the way through. And the version of you who you're in the middle of becoming, the back of the deck was love. Next up, you have stories we tell ourselves. Are you narrating your life through a lens of limitation or empowerment? Yes. Phoenix rising from the ashes, babe. For a final essential oil card, you have digestive with the keyword processing. Trigger statement. I am so worried. True statement. I have the solution. Slowing down and listening to your inner voice will provide you with direction and purpose. And then for the 2 Citadel cards you received, the Puppeteer with explanations and apologies. And then lastly, we have the Air with unseen potential and hesitation, but it was in reverse. That is so beautiful where the cards landed. And we're going to have to look at the meanings of these 2 cards really quick before we just dive right in. So let me just take a look at them really quick. So for Clover, it's short-term luck, good possibilities and opportunities, and a small windfall. And then for Bear, I'm going to have to look at the reverse meaning. It's power, leadership, strong character, authority, money, richness, dominating figure, ferocity, rage, protection of one's territory, or family. Okay, I'm gonna need to see what this is. I need a clarifier for this. Can you clarify what this bear reverse card is about, please, source? Can you clarify what this bear reversed card is about, please, source? Okay, back of the deck is Judgment. We have the 2 of Wands and the 8 of Cups. Judgment with death. Okay, this is a truth that you're tearing away from your being because it's not you. A truth that is ripping you away from something in a good way, but it's painful. It's bittersweet. Okay. So what this new version of you needs to fully come through. There was something in your past, and I brought this up so many different times, but it wants to come through again as a reminder because it is part of what you need to do. Something of your past you want to separate yourself from, or you know you need to separate yourself from it, but your ego, the need for safety, stability, but it's like fake. It's just a facade. It's the thing that kind of keeps you like worrying about it, clinging onto it a little bit. And in order for this new version of you to fully come through, you need to take you get the final say in this. Like only you have the power, the real power, pile number 1, to choose the thing that feels like the heart's prayers have been answered in a way. You know what that is. I don't think I need to tell you what it is because this really just feels like you're ready to walk away already. You're ready to make the next move. You're ready to do the next thing. But in terms of what this new version of you really needs to fully and entirely come through and be emerged, it needs you to stop hesitating, stalling. There's something here about stalling. Let me take a look though, because at the same time, this could be also like you keep thinking about something and you keep reflecting on something that you really feel called to just like talk about with somebody because you want to clear things up. Let me see. What is this centering card about with Puppeteer? What is the centering card with Puppeteer about, source? For pile number 1.
So what this new version of them needs to fully come through. What is this card pairing about for pile number 1? Okay, 5 of Swords. We got the 7 of Cups. Underneath it is the Queen of Wands. 9 of Wands. You might have like run away from something. You might have cut ties with something, but it wasn't like ended on the right terms. It kind of feels like there was some turmoil that had to happen for you to go do something. And a part of you wants to get like closure on that, finality on that. And I am hearing like you're gonna have a window of opportunity to be able to do that will benefit you. But in order to find that opportunity, that window, you have to be grounded, because there is parts of you that are hard to tame is what I'm hearing when it comes to this situation. It's triggering. It's still very triggering. Like it still has a triggering effect on you. And that's why when you show up in it and you say what you have to say, you make sure that you remember you're doing it for yourself. Because there may have been some form of like brainwashery here, and I don't know where and how that may have happened. It could have happened in like a love situation. There's so many different ways I could interpret this. Let me know in the comments down below if you guys chose pile number 1, and feel free to share your story, because you have no clue how powerful your stories can be inspiring for others that also chose this pile and could be going through similar situations. Okay, remember, your voice has meaning, and what you're going through matters. It all matters, and you're not alone in it, my loves. But the reason why I'm saying this is because it still kind of haunts you, but it can't be haunting you for this next version of you to fully emerge. It can't be here when it fully emerges. So you have to do the thing you know you got to do to get rid of it. Not get rid of it, but get rid of that heavy plate on your chest, basically. Clarify this thing. Yeah, because you know what you want to do. And there is a lot of potential to go after it. It's just the thing that keeps holding you back is this like residual energy of the past of some kind. Something that could have happened recently, but it's whatever you're walking away from. It's tied to that. So let us now take a look and see if we can read what this card in reverse is about. Because I'm curious to see what it has to say. The air. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, reversed. You're not yet ready to accept the fact that you've reached the end of one journey. The beginning of the next one is strange and unfamiliar to you. Looking forward feels empty, as though you're not yet ready to let go of the past. What is missing? It may be time to tie up some loose ends before moving forwards. Yes, exactly. And on top of that, let's now look at the puppeteer, because now I'm curious. I don't know if I'm going to find it. Fingers crossed I will, because it's hard to find the freaking cards in this booklet. Okay. Sorry, I just hit the table. The soft curls of sawdust litter the floor, and the scent of wood shavings fills the air. Shelves, cupboards, and tabletops are covered with wooden figures, some half assembled, some not yet fully carved, each one lovingly made and tenderly painted. The puppeteer does not know the fear of being alone. When loneliness calls, they simply create their own company. But these puppets will never be the equal of human companionship, and though they will not admit it to themselves, the puppeteer will never be fully satisfied. Conjuring real social skills can be a challenge. People have their own feelings in their own lives, and it's easy to say or do the wrong thing. You're not the only person to have made an embarrassing mistake in the past, so own up to it and smooth things over. An apology or explanation is a small price to pay to maintain an important relationship. Yeah, you know what you got to do. I really feel like I don't have to keep saying it, but this is the thing that's going to help you be able to like release from this thing for good. And it's not going to just benefit you, but it's going to benefit both parties. And it might not feel that way in the moment for some of you guys is what I'm hearing. Like this can be kind of like a uncomfortable thing. It might feel kind of like painful in the moment, because that person, I just feel like they're not going to be in the right state of mind to hear it. But then you're going to get to choose to like
unlatch from it yourself so that you can move forward. Like that's what matters the most at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how they feel, like how they feel or view you, it doesn't matter, but like you know that you did what felt just and correct in your heart, or ethical or moral. Does that make sense? Like as long as you're walking the path that feels like it's aligned with your truth, then that is where things get to rebalance. And as long as you tried, you know what I mean? I feel like there is something that needs to be said, and it can be said in a letter. It can be said through a text where you block the person after. There are some final words that need to be said here on this last chapter before you move ahead 100%. And you need to have the courage to do it. And this is what is going to help you be able to release everything and really like show up in yourself to be able to nourish your new beginning, nourish your new body, nourish your new emotional mindset, capacity. Like a lot of things are becoming new in this new beginning, but it doesn't happen. The portal, you can't walk through it after until you get all the skeletons out in the closet. Okay, loves? So with that being said, let us now look, and doing it from a place of empowerment. Don't forget that. Let us now take a look and see what your final messages from Source are. Okay, loves? So we're going to be using a new deck I just got recently. I'm always buying decks. A new deck I just got recently, which is an Guardian Angel Tarot deck, and I'm very excited to use it with you guys. So here it is. So cute. Look how cute it is. We're going to be looking at your final messages from Source. Okay? So let us get into that together now. So, what is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Let me just fix this. What is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Okay, let's do it. Final message for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with. All right. Back of the deck energy here is the Chariot, and it says willpower, victory, and recognition. 7. Underneath it is 6, the Lover's card, with relationships, emotions, and choices. So choosing to do it scared anyways, like scared, do it anyways. That's what I always tell people, because the fear is always going to be there. The limiting beliefs, they're going to be there, and they won't really stop. You just got to do the action to shut them up. You know what I mean? Because then that's what the spiral is. When we get in spirals, I call them spirals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8 cards. So this is the first card that wants to come through. First up, we have the number 11 with strength, and it says courage, compassion, and perseverance. So in this deck, they have 11 being strength, and I'm assuming 8 being justice. Next up, we have the number 13 with release. Look, this is the first time I'm using this deck ever, and you have a phoenix rising from the ashes. And I was talking about that. Endings, transformation, and freedom. The death card has come up, I think, 3 times for you. Crazy, right? Thirdly, we have the Hanged Man with awakening, pause, perspective, and selflessness. Guys, you literally have major arcanas all over the place. We don't have a minor arcana anywhere in sight yet. And lastly, for this row, there we go. We have the 4 of water, also known as the 4 of cups, which is distraction, self-absorption, and discontentment. All right. Clarifying the cards. So clarifying the strength card, we have the 3 of cups with celebration, community, and friendships. Clarifying death, we have the Two of Swords with Two of Air, with indecision, avoidance, and confusion. Clarifying the Hanged Man, we have the Seven of Swords, with awareness, caution, and consequences. And then lastly, clarifying the Four of Cups, we have the Three of Swords with sorrow, forgiveness, and healing. Wow. Okay, this is an intense final message. Okay, give me a moment to settle in. Let me just make sure that this is what I'm picking up on. Okay. We got the Strength card coming through again. You want to believe it. Okay. Thank you, Source. You want to believe it. You want to believe it, but you know it's not healthy. Okay. So that is the final message. All right. Okay, my loves. Your final message from Source to end your reading today. I'm going to try to speak to you. I forgot what it's called in first person, third person. I'm going to talk to you like I'm channeling exactly the message for whatever entity, whatever energy. I think it's a guide or something, or an angel. Something's coming through here that wants to talk to you, okay? So I'm going to talk to them, like channel through like they're talking to you directly. I know that it feels good at moments in this friendships and these connections and this. There's moments where it's beautiful, but there's also so much more moments where you're not happy at all. And you have to try to deceive yourself into thinking that this is it, that this is good, that this feels good, that this is right for you in a way. But you've been literally just pushing past your limits, pushing past, like, I guess you can say boundaries that you didn't even realize you had or were essential to create because you never, it's hard for you to set boundaries. It's hard for you to let your guard, put your guard up in circumstances that involve people you care about because you don't want them to see you in the wrong way or see you in the wrong light. And something could have happened where it was like a last straw, okay? That's completely valid. How you feel, how you reacted. It feels like you are somebody that had to be like, you had to go through a lot of like backlash in your upbringing or in friendships, like people that it's like you never really knew how to set boundaries in the past. So people just kind of got to have their way with you. And that's not supposed to sound like that way. But I mean, like, people just acted however they wanted to act with you or speak to you however they wanted to speak to you or say things to you without any cautionary tales because there was never any boundaries set, okay? So does that make sense? Because of that, you had to, like, take it. You learned how to, like, just absorb it, deal with it, and keep pushing forward. But, like, this had to happen in order for you to wake up. This had to happen in order for you to realize how long you've been living a life that never felt truly like it was yours. It was for the taking, and it was up for grabs for so many different people to just have at it. And that wasn't fair to you. That's so not fair. There's a little bit of this energy of manipulation here that you need to be really careful with, pile number one, because I don't know if you're doing it to yourself right now, trying to tell yourself like that you're making a mistake, that you're doing something wrong, that it's wrong of you to put you first for some reason. But you gotta let that SHIT, that BS that's trying to tell you otherwise that that's wrong, go. Because you had to be like basically a robot for the longest time. And it feels like this robot never had a chance to feel feelings, and you're a human, not a robot. So something had to shift. And now that the shift is trying to come through, it still feels like things are trying to mess with you during the shift. And you're the one that's going to have to protect your like how you really feel around this. Like you're the one that's going to have to protect your true feelings around it. You're the one that's going to have to protect your transformation that's happening, because there is a vision, there is something greater out there for you that's trying to be built, a bigger truth, a bigger vision, a bigger legacy of some kind, but it can't come through if you don't fight for it first, if you don't fight for yourself, if you don't fight for what you truly desire and what your heart really wants, because you never really worked with your heart before. It was always just focusing on what felt like the smartest route. There's the most strategic route rather than like what actually felt aligned, if that makes sense. And maybe even like for some of you guys that chose this pile, like spirituality is new for you. Like the idea of tarot is new for you. The idea of like listening to your inner world is new for you, because I keep feeling like you doubt it yourself. You doubt this moment. You doubt what I'm saying. You doubt a lot of different things because you are a skeptic at heart. You have a lot of trust issues you developed because of what you've had to go through up until this point in your life while you're listening to this. And it's very understandable, it's very valid. But then when it comes to the people that you tell yourself love you most, that treat you like SHIT too, and just are able to get away with so many things because you just have to take it and pretend that it's fine, that it happens, and you just let it go. It's builded. It's built up to so much pain, okay? You deserve to get the final say. You deserve to say what you want to say instead of just pretending like it's not there. Because this pain is going to fester in you and eventually get infected if you don't apply the nourishment to it. And the nourishment it needs is some form of self-expression, some form of communication, some form of feeling heard. Even if it's not going to be perfect, because I don't think it's going to be a perfect way, it needs that in order to move forward. It needs to feel like it got like the last say. And not in like an ego way, but maybe it is, I guess, because like ego isn't bad. I want to make that clear. Ego is not a bad thing. It's just the thing that helps us have a human experience. But sometimes our pride needs an oomph, I guess you can say, like a little push to feel like it's empowered again. It could take its power in its hands to move forward. And in order for this thing to be walked away from, that is what is required of you right now. What's required of you is to release all these self-limiting beliefs. What's required of you is to say your truth and state it. State it how you feel, state everything, because this thing is going to keep following you around until you state it, okay? I know that you think maybe time is going to like heal things is what I'm hearing too. Like maybe if I just like take a chill pill or like go do things to stay distracted, it might work, but that's not what's going to help. What's going to help is you like just taking this in your own hands, like taking the stuff in your own hands and like doing something about it. The Magician card coming out again, like it's giving me the idea of like taking the power in your own hands. You have all the resources you need to fix and get your head on right again, but it's going to take some healing and some time and recuperation. But in order for that next process or phase in this journey to happen, for this new version of you that you're in the middle of becoming to really come through in truth, you need to release the things. And in order to release it, you need to leave all your things to the ground. Just like a phoenix, when it's rising from the ashes, it stays in the ashes for a little bit to become the phoenix. In those ashes, what do you need to leave behind? What can you leave behind? What can you give yourself permission to leave behind? What can you take action to ensure that you have officially left behind before you go off and fly away? Because that is what is gonna happen. Eventually it's just a matter of time. Really, it's like kind of like source and guides are like waiting on you in a way. But they need you to believe in yourself. You know, they've been believing in you and having your back since the beginning. That's why you're still here breathing. Okay? I'm hearing your life would have been ended a long time ago if you still didn't have more to do or say or be or experience. I don't know what that means, but that was really heavy and really deep. So if that resonated with you, then that was meant for you, my love. If not, then just keep on listening. But honestly, keep on listening. But technically, I think that's all I see, my loves. That is what I am seeing in terms of your final message from Source. And just to close it for good, let's get some sliplets of paper to end your reading. Okay, loves? So final messages for pile number 1. final messages for pile number 1. Okay, so we got 4. Oops, sorry, that was so loud. All right. So first up, every time you try to explain this to someone, the clarity fades. Stop sharing, let it live unspoken for now. That's the thing. Like, if you want to express something, allow yourself to just, I told you there's going to be an opportunity where you can in the right moment. But there's also this idea here of like, if you really need to rip the Band-Aid off, just say what you need to say through a letter or like text in a way where like you can cut it off officially after you say what you need to say, because you don't need a response to say the things you need to say. Does that make sense? You just need to clear your inner world. Next up, you're not late, not lost. You are right on time. You're not late, you're not lost, you are right on time. By the way, this message can like mean a lot of different things for a lot of different people. So, just make sure like this reading, you're meant to cherry pick what resonates and leave what doesn't. For the third one, this one's a big one. Not everything heavy is trauma. Sometimes it's unspoken truth weighing you down. This situation might not need more healing. It might need more honesty. Be real with yourself before you try to decode the signs. Your energy speaks louder than your logic. And lastly, my loves. Oops. Oh my God. Okay. Not all transformation is glamorous. I'm trying to make this focus. Okay, it's not gonna focus. There we go. Not all transformation is glamorous. Sometimes it's doing the same hard thing again until it's not hard. All right, my loves. So this is all I have for you in reference to this reading. And if this reading did resonate, any little form of engagement or interaction that you can do with this video would mean the world to me. Whether it's a thumbs up, a comment down below, sharing it with somebody that you think could benefit from a reading like this, or a subscribe. Every little form of engagement that you do really does help show this algorithm that you like what you're seeing, you like this video, you like this topic, and you like what my YouTube channel is all about, which is about pick a card readings that are about shadow work oriented stuff. It's about self-growth, helping you heal and become the most healed version of yourself each and every day. 1% safer, 1% more regulated, 1% more authentically you, And I really try to make my readings so self-growth oriented because I feel like tarot has been so weaponized nowadays. And I'm really trying to show people that there is so much more to tarot than just seeing your future. So with that being said, my loves, if that is something that you really align with, you really like that stuff, please feel free to check out my YouTube channel because that is something I'm trying to build as we speak. If you are interested in getting a personal reading with me, my loves, there is more information about that in the description box down below. And I am currently accepting one-on-one clients to help people release self-sabotaging tendencies, where we work one-on-one. We build a healing toolbox for you using a bunch of different healing modalities and tools that I've worked with for years, that I have been trained in and stuff like that, like somatic work, yoga therapy work, breath work, astrology, so much more stuff. And if that's something you're also interested in, my loves, there is another link down below in the description box to sign up for a free soul clarity call with me, where you can kind of connect with each other's energy and see if maybe even doing one-on-one work would be a good fit for the both of us, okay? Depending on where you're at in your own personal self-growth and healing journey. So with that being said, my loves, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. I send you so much unconditional love, and believe in yourself, because I really see so much greatness in store for you, so much beautiful chaos in a way that is going to slowly settle as you continue to do the things it takes to allow it to settle. But it's kind of waiting on you to do it, So take the action, love. I believe in you. I send you so much unconditional love. Hopefully I'll see you in my next readings to come. Bye.
Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, then you are in the pile preparation portion of your reading for today, where we're going to be doing a completely raw, organic, unedited, I guess completely specifically tailored to you preparation portion for your reading today. So to do this, we have a couple of different decks on the sides you're not able to see in the frame. I want to try to move through this as quickly as I can while connecting to your energy, my loves, just so we can get right into the reading portion of your video, okay? So we're going to be looking at the first section right now, which is the version of you that's falling away. We're going to be looking at and where you're still holding on to this old version of you that's falling away. Like, where are you still holding on to it, okay? So for this, we're going to be using my archetype deck as well as my Wheel of Emotions deck, or the Box of Emotions deck, my bad. And we're going to be using this deck for two separate questions for the first section and the second section, okay? So let's see what wants to come through. And then we're going to be using tarot for where you're still holding on to it. But I'm thinking about shuffling. I'm going to be doing the tarot part in the reading itself, in the reading portion itself, okay? So we're only going to prep the cards that are essential to get prepped. All right. So what is the version of pile number 2 that is falling away? What is the version of pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading / video, that's falling away? What is the version of pile number 2 that's falling away from this timeless reading? One more shuffle. What is the version of pile number 2 that's falling away? Okay. Very intrigued here. Okay, so these two landed upright, like paired. And then two pairs of cards that look like together upright landed like right across the table over here. It was like a random way of how they landed. This is the only card that landed face down. So I'm going to see this as a significator card. These two are meant to get paired together. And the other pairing over here are meant to get paired together as well. And we're going to see what that's all about right here. They also landed upright. All right. This is massive because I was only expecting to get one deck, but one card out of this deck, but I really felt called to reshuffle. You know, I said one more shuffle, and this is what happened, you know. So I don't really believe in accidents, coincidences. I believe there's a reason for everything, my loves. So honestly, I am really curious to see where this is going to take us. Let's see. What is the version of pile number 2 that is falling away? What is the version of pile number 2 that's falling away? Regardless of when they come across this reading, as this reading will find them when it is meant to. What is the version of pile number 2 that's falling away? What is the version of pile number 2 that's falling away? Number 2 that's falling away. Okay, Rage landed upright. I feel like it wants to go with here. Back at the deck energy here that wants to come through is disappointment. Okay. That's something to keep in mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it here. This is back of the deck energy because we're going to be using this deck again for the second section. Remember I said I'm not going to shuffle the tarot here. I'm going to shuffle it in the reading part itself. And we're going to be using the archetype deck again for the second section. So this is what I'm going to do. We'll leave this like this here. And then these two will stay here next to each other. All right, cool. Now we're going to get these two decks again, my loves. And we're going to shuffle for the second section because, like I said, we're going to do the tarot for where you're still holding on to it. So we're going to skip over that for now. And we're going to be looking at who you are in the middle of becoming and where this version of you is naturally leading. For where this version of you is naturally leading, again, we're going to be using tarot for that portion. So we're not going to be looking into it here, okay? Just who you're in the middle of becoming. Who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? Okay, one more. Okay, so nothing wants to come through, but back of the deck does. We have Father. Interesting, I never got this archetype. With light attributes being talent for creating and supporting life, positive guiding light within a tribal unit. Shadow attributes dictatorial control, abusive authority. Okay. And then we got a card here. And then I'll shuffle this. Who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? Regardless of when I come across this reading, who is pile number 2 in the middle of becoming? All right, beautiful. Back of the deck here is fear. Okay. Natural. Okay, but I kind of like the energy of the fear here. It doesn't feel like a negative energy. Very curious to see where this reading is going to take us, my loves. All right. So, just getting everything organized so I know which section is what. Okay, beautiful. Now we're going into the third section where we're seeing what this new version of you needs to fully come through. Okay, loves. So this is where we get a lot of different oracle decks coming through. We got my essential oils, my Citadel deck, my Malefic Lenormand deck, my Chakra Wisdom deck, my Celtic Spirit deck, as well as my Embracing Your Shadows deck. So we're going to see what comes through. All right. Maybe we'll get a card from each deck. Maybe we'll just get a couple cards from certain decks. We'll see what comes through. But what does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? All right, beautiful. Let's place this here. Got 2 cards coming out. Let's do this deck next. What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading? I'm going to shuffle one more time. What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, so we got 2 here. Back of the deck does want to come through. We have adaptable with the keyword liberated, trigger statement. What happens next? True statement. I am divinely connected. Dear soul, please remember that you never walk alone. I love this. Love this for you. So beautiful. And it feels like a father figure energy. So, oh my God, this is so interesting to me because I feel like the back of the deck energy isn't necessarily, because normally when I do back of the deck energies, it feels like your current frequency. Like I'm trying to tap into your current frequency right now as we're
doing this together, loves, regardless of when you come across this reading. But to me right now, I'm feeling like it could be a guide's frequency for you. Like a guide trying to communicate something with you in this present moment while you're listening to this or whenever you come across this reading. It's a timeless reading, okay? So very, very interesting. Okay, let's keep going. What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading? What does this new version of pile number 2 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 2 need in order to fully come through? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just dropped a card, but I see something here. Okay, so thank you, Source. Is this also? Yeah. All right. Back of the deck does want to come through here again. We have the Acolyte with new projects and learning. Yeah, I keeps coming into this energy, that idea I had with back of the deck energy. And I find it intriguing. So far we've gotten 2 from each deck. Let's keep going though. What does this new version of pile number 2 need in order to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading, as this reading will find them whenever it is divinely meant to find them? What does this new version of pile number 2 need in order to fully come through pile number 2? What does this new version of pile number 2 need in order to fully, one more shuffle, come through? Okay, so we didn't get any cards coming out of this deck, but back of the deck does want to come through. And it says, releasing judgment. Do not fear your darkness. You are not good or bad. You are human and evolving. Love this. I love this. Let's keep going, loves. 2 more decks here. What does this new version of pile number 2 need in order to fully come through pile number 2, regardless of when they find this reading or this reading / video finds them? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? One more shuffle. Okay. 2 cards here. That one didn't want back of the deck energy or be part of it. Last deck here. What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? Do I keep saying 3 or 2? I can't tell now. There's a reason. There's got to be a reason for that. So some of you guys might have felt drawn to pile 2 and 3. What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through, regardless of when pile number 2 finds this reading, comes across this reading, etc.? What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? One more shuffle, Source. What does this new version of pile number 2 need to fully come through? Okay, nothing wanted to come through. Back of the deck does. We have birds with the number 12. We're going to have to see what that means. Okay. All right, my loves. So we got that set up. We got section 3 all made. Look at all the cards you guys received. Beautiful. Now we're going to be getting your final messages from Source, as well as your higher self, whichever chooses to come through. We're using this new Guardian Angel Tarot deck I got. So let's see. What is this? Oh, wait. We're doing the final message now, Source. Honestly, let's see. This could be the guide that's coming through. It's going to be talking to you throughout the reading with this back of the deck energy. But what is the final message for pile number 2 to finish up their reading? What is the final message meant for them? Whoever chooses to come through in this moment, as this reading is going to find pile number 2, whoever comes across this reading, exactly when it is meant to find them. What is the final message meant for pile number 2 to end and wrap up this reading? What is the final message meant for pile number 2?
What is the final message meant for pile number 2? Okay, let's do this. Final message meant pile number 2. Okay. Back of the deck here is the 7 of Earth, which is the 7 of Pentacles, and it says investment, assessment, and patience. Then we got the Hermit card with introspection, self-discovery, and mentorship. And this moon is a waxing crescent moon. It's right after a new moon happens. So it's about setting intentions, sending your hopes and desires into the world. I like this. Sitting with yourself in preparational energy, preparatory energy. I feel like this card wants to go on top of this as well. So it's going to be significator energy. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this one wants to go there. Okay, so significator cards we have set up here. This is the reading itself. Beautiful. We have got everything nice and prepared, my loves, to dive into your reading right now. So with that being said, I will meet you at the reading portion. Okay, see you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 2s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, this beautiful Mercury symbol from my Oracle of Ascendance deck, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in terms of understanding and recognizing that you're not who you are anymore or who you were anymore. And there's something new trying to come through. You are becoming someone new, okay? And we're going to be looking into all of that today. So before we dive into everything, my loves, because I got a lot of the cards all set up already, your energy out of like how I normally typically do my readings on this channel, I look at back of the deck energies as like the current energetic frequency of your current energy, well, regardless of when this video or reading finds you. But the back of the deck energies actually kind of felt like it was a guide, an angel, something trying to come through that's going to be communicating with you very one-on-one throughout this reading today. It feels very special, intimate, important. There's a lot of emphasis of energy, of significance with your pile today in particular, in comparisons to pile 1 and 2. And I don't know, 1 and 3. And I don't know why that is. So we're going to be looking at the booklet for my Oracle of Ascendance deck and just see if we can scroll a little bit, skim through where Mercury is, and just see if we can get some insight if there's any important messages that want to come through regarding Mercury and this card. Okay, so the first of the traditionally known planets, Mercury represents the Greek god Hermes, the winged messenger. It is the fastest moving planet and represents communication. It rules critical thought and intellectual reasoning, adaptability, and travel. When it appears in your reading, its messages can be extremely beneficial, but beware, foolhardiness results if critical analysis isn't applied. When heated, the energies of Mercury can help one to see through deception, falsehood, and illusion. If this is related to the situation you are inquiring about, call upon the energies of Mercury to help grant clarity and to expose falseness. So with the numbers 5 and 7, like it's on page 57, I find that really interesting because I believe I recorded pile number 1's reading many, many days ago already from now, but I am remembering how I was talking about like odd numbers, I believe, with them. Or I was talking about odd numbers with the collectives back of the deck energy when I did the introduction for this video. And so Libra is the 7th house, Gemini is the 3rd. So those are, those are odd numbers. And with odd numbers on a scale, normally with Libra, we want to keep like even things on the side. Like that's what Libra's power, I guess, like they feel responsible to do, is to keep things in harmony all the time. And this is me being very blunt, straight to the point, and brief with the summary. Obviously, each sign has a lot more to it than just
straight little things, but I'm just trying to explain the surface level of it, I guess you can say. When you have odd numbers of things, so let's say there's 3, so you have 1 thing here, 2 things there to make 3. The scales are going to tilt more to that side. So in order to keep balance, you have to keep rolling those, whatever, let's say they're marbles, side to side to keep the scales from tipping more than the other way. And it feels like you guys have like odd numbers. You had 5 and 7 on the page. It feels like it's adding emphasis to the collective's back of the deck energy, and maybe that's why there's so much emphasis and significance intensity regarding your reading, because underneath Libra we had Gemini. These are both air signs. That's one. And secondly, Gemini rules Mercury. So there's something here in terms of the version of you that's falling away and who you're in the middle of becoming right now, pile number 2, where your voice, how you show up, express yourself, shine, portray yourself, or I guess like publicity wise, visibility wise matters. There's a lot of anxiety or pressure on that though here as well. I can sense it. I'm hearing great power comes great responsibility. That's another thing I'm hearing as well. So it kind of feels like it might be that there could be a lot of anxiety kind of flooding your mind right now regarding something that you know is required of you in order to take the next step towards transformation, towards becoming a version of you that you've always wanted to embody, that you know is possible. Some of you guys may have been getting visions of this as well, visions about whatever the situation is that you know is making you or leading you to transformation in some way, shape, or form. It's asking you to step up in your character in some way, shape, or form. There's something here about evolving, ascending, stepping up to the plate in some way, shape, or form that has great power, and that energy, great power comes great responsibility, keeps ringing through. All right. So with that, we're going to bring your card over here to the side, and we're going to try to get space for the first section of your reading, which is where we're going to be exploring the version of you that's falling away. We're going to identify them now, and then also see where you're still holding on to this version of you that's falling away. Where are you still holding on to it in certain areas of your life, okay? Or maybe a lot of them. We're going to be using tarot in the second section. I did not prepare that in advance. I wanted to do it in the reading here itself with you guys, so we can experience that together. But I did get my oracle decks prepared in advance, and one of them being my archetype deck, as well as my box of emotions deck. So this is, you guys got multiple different archetype cards that flew out, and I thought it was really interesting. If you guys want to look on how that happened, you should definitely check out the preparation portion of your reading, where it's like completely raw, completely unedited, and you get to see how we got the cards we have that I'm revealing to you now. And it's just in the video, right, or the timestamp part right before your reading, okay? So the back of the deck we received for you in terms of the version of you that's falling away is disappointment. Disappointment, meaning to be deprived of an appointment, to be dispossessed, has a long history of making trouble. But in the early 20th century, psychologists began to argue that it could be crucial for healthy mental development. Sigmund Freud spoke of narcissistic wounds, the painful assaults on our sense of identity when fantasies are punctured. He coined the phrase, the family romance, to describe those stories told to us as we grow up that give a dramatic importance to our arrival in the world. According to Freud, it was vital that we ultimately let such fantasies go in order to engage with reality. As the psychoanalyst Melanie Klein put it, to move forward and develop authentic relationships, everyone must come to the aching realization that no really ideal part of the self exists. The psychoanalytic story of disappointment is ultimately optimistic, but when we suffer the painful loss of an idealized self-image, what's left isn't necessarily the truth, but emptiness and confusion. That is crazy. Okay. And because it says, see also hopefulness. So sometimes we can put so much pressure on ourselves to think we have to show up a certain way, when in reality, like, let's say you're trying, like okay, I'm going to just do a personal example. So I'm a yoga therapist, or I went to school for yoga therapy, but I ended up stopping my certification in the middle, where I could have continued going for the next certification to be fully yoga therapy certified, but I stopped at advanced yoga therapeutic studies instead. So I was like 75% there.
And the reason why is because when I got that certification for the advanced therapeutic yoga studies, I realized like, okay, I think I have enough knowledge to want to go do my own thing, because I realized that yoga therapy wasn't the path I wanted to go down on. You know what I mean? So I just didn't see the point in continuing. But the knowledge I received, I use in my business now. Me explaining this to you, I am in the middle of trying or beginning to start working at two different businesses as an independent contractor for my business to get healing offerings and services provided to local residents in my community. One of the things that I'm going to start doing is somatic work, breath work, yoga therapy background type of work that's going to aid me. But at the same time, I have an anxiety because I didn't fully go to the next level. You know, I was just at the 75%, but I still have that certification. And so because of that, you know, I could be putting myself in this idealized self-image when in reality, the psychoanalysts are saying on this card that that's not a real identity. Like, it's like perfection, my God. Sorry, guys, my words today. Perfection doesn't exist. And when we confine ourselves to the ideology that it does, it creates inevitable, never-ending disappointment within our lives. Shame, never-ending shame within our lives. And it can stop us from being able to keep moving forward and taking the actions we need to take. Because when we think about Mercury, right, it was saying it's one of the fastest moving planets that orbits around the sun. Because of that, this is supposed to be quick action taking. You know, when you think about tarot decks, and I mean tarot in general, the swords out of all the different elements, the swords, pentacles, cups, and wands, swords is the fastest moving ones because it rules the mind and logic. It rules the air sign energy. It rules Mercury energy, mercurial intellect and logic and stuff. Because of that, we're supposed to be doing fast shit, okay? Excuse my language, but that's how I talk. And because of that, it's like letting yourself drown in this because you have such high expectations of yourself to be a false perfection, because that doesn't exist. The standards are too high for reality's sake, and it will create a stall, a lag, a stagnation in the journey, in the process that which you are meant to embody, which you are meant to, and you're in the middle of becoming right now, that's meant to help you grow in some way, shape, or field. And I feel like in terms of this, this does have to do with career, or it could also do with relationship in terms of stalling on speaking up about how you truly feel about something right now. Maybe the situation, it might be a situationship, it can be a marriage, you feel trapped and you really want to speak up about how you're feeling. Your emotions can be trapped within. There's so many different ways we can plug this in. So make sure you cherry pick what resonates, leave what doesn't. You got to plug in everything I share into your own personal situation as you see fit, my loves, okay? Or else this reading, it's not going to make sense. Okay, loves? Remember, it's general in terms of how many people could be clicking onto this pile. So you need to look at the things that click, let the things that don't click go. All right, let's keep going though. So this is where it gets interesting because this is just the back of the deck energy that we're looking at. We're using this tarot deck when we look at the second question within the first section, but we're looking at this stuff first because we're still in identifying the version of you that's falling away. So we got an idea here so far already, but we got to get into more specific stuff. This is where it gets interesting. When we set up your pile preparation portion, these cards landed upright like this together. This one landed face down. I felt called to let this card wanted to be combined with it, so that's a significator card. And these two energies of archetypes want to be combined to make one meaning. And then I also had another two sets of archetype cards land upright. These are paired together that have their own meaning too. So we're going to see what this is about, okay, loves? This could be multiple versions of you that's falling away as well, or one big thing, or it could just be like, because you guys, my loves, this energy was so intense, there's so much significance to your pile, like I said, in comparison to pile 1 and 3, my loves, that maybe one is going to resonate and the other one won't. Maybe because a lot of people chose this pile, there's going to be one that resonates and one that doesn't. You know what I mean? So just take everything in the way that aligns with your soul. This is about trusting yourself more because you're really stuck in self-doubt right now and paranoia. All right, so before we go here, let's look at the significator energies. So first up, we have rage. Okay, for the version of you that's falling away, we have rage. The last 20 years have witnessed a proliferation of types of rage. There are violent clashes on the roads, road rage, swearing frenzies in supermarkets, trolley rage, in offices, mouse rage, and even while opening groceries. Perhaps the stresses and frustrations of modern life are giving rise to increased levels of ferocity. The more sources of rage, the more sorts we can distinguish. But at least part of what drives this desire to labor our furies is that this emotion has become increasingly unacceptable. American psychologists have even created a new umbrella diagnosis: intermittent explosive disorder. The cure: dull anger with antidepressants. But what would a society without rage look like? The political theorist Hannah Arendt argued that only where there is reason to suspect that conditions could be changed and are not does rage arise. Only when our sense of justice is offended do we react with rage. To attempt to cure a person of it would deprive the sufferer of a capacity for defiance and society of an opportunity for change. Rages are an important part of being human and involved in the world. If we can't have the occasional flare up, then we can't have revolutions and riots either. Love this. Love this. Anger is the most powerful emotion. If you guys have been subscribed to me for a while, you'll know this is not the first time I talk about this on my channel. I talk about it a lot. There's been multiple pick a cards that I've done too where this topic of anger being one of the most powerful emotions one can possess has came up. And I fear that you, my loves, have been not allowing yourself to feel it, or it is having a lot of trouble figuring out, you're having a lot of trouble figuring out where to dispel or expel the rage towards energetically. Does that make sense? But the archetype, sorry, I'm having a little yawn. Whew. Okay, so the archetype that pairs with the rage here as the significator energy is Samaritan, with the light attribute being refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. Shadow attribute, exacting appreciation and recognition for the help you offer. So I feel like light attribute makes the most sense here because it feels like you are in the middle of, like, the version of you that's falling away is the version of you that used to hold yourself back from fully like showing up because you used to think you weren't enough. At least that's one thing that's coming through. But let's keep going because we have these two pairs, right? So with these two pairs, first up, we have artist and exorcist, with light attributes being expressing a dimension of life that is just beyond the five senses, inspiring others to see life symbolically. Light attribute with exorcist, freeing yourself and others of destructive impulses. But the shadow attributes, using talent as an excuse to mistreat others, posing as the starving artist to elicit pity. And the shadow attribute here, fear of facing your own demons. Okay, this is actually, I'm understanding something here. So I'm going to keep it like this. I really hope you guys are taking notes. And then for the second pairing, I want to make sure I have space. The second pairing, we have knight and poets with light attributes, loyalty, romance, and chivalry, a love of honor. Shadow attributes, allegiance to a destructive ruler or principle, romantic delusions. And poet expresses soul insights in symbolic language. Shadow turns a lyric gift to negative or destructive effect. Okay, so those are two very different energies that I'm picking up on in reference to the version of you that's falling away. And on top of that, refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore with rage. There's a lot of things going on here. Before we even go into the other question with the tarot where we're looking at where you're still holding on to these things. So the version of you that's falling away, it could be a couple of different things, my love. Oh, sorry, I keep yawning. I think I keep forgetting to like breathe like deeply so my brain's like yawn, because I don't know if you guys knew this, but when you yawn a lot, like in the middle of talking, it's because you're not taking enough breaths. So your brain's like, breathe. So with this, and linking it to these two things, the version of you that's falling away, my beautiful pile number twos, has a lot to do with how much of you give naturally without, I guess, payment of some kind. That's one thing that's coming through, but it like pisses you off because you know like how much of your energy you give away. And, you know, it gets tiring. You have a big heart that you like to wear on your sleeve sometimes. And there's this idea here, though, that you still hold yourself back from making yourself more, I guess, expensive, hard to catch. What I mean by that is like maybe you make yourself very accessible, available easily, but it's like exhausting you. But at the same time, it's like I'm afraid to make myself harder to access because what if I'm not worthy of it? And it kind of keeps you like in this little bit of like a loop. And it feels like that version of you is falling away because on top of it, this is a version of you that you are very terrified of allowing to fall away. It's a version of you that has so much to offer from different perspective, different ways of looking at a certain situation. And like there's ideas that you have to share that are so out of the box that not a lot of people have that same way of thinking that you do, but you still like kind of hide it. There's something here about still like fearing your true potential or like power. And the version of you that's falling away wants to, like the version of you that's been holding this part of you back, it's falling away because you don't have to hide yourself anymore. You don't have to hide your true power anymore. The version of you that is afraid of what could happen when you let yourself get mad and feel the blockages that have been holding you back from being able to follow your dreams or your heart in some way, shape, or form, express yourself in some way, shape, or form. That's falling away. But as it falls away, a truth is going to be revealed, okay? And it feels like this truth is going to be scary. It's intense. It's not comfy to feel. This literally kind of, like what I'm picking up on for some of you guys, this can be like the beginning of like a dark night of the soul moment. And if you guys aren't familiar with that, I have a video on my YouTube channel. I think it's called How to Turn a Crisis into a Spiritual Awakening. And I talk about what a dark night of the soul is. So I highly recommend you check it out if you don't know. Or you can let me know in the comments down below if you're here, my loves, pile number 2, and just say like, can you send me that video? I'll put the link down in the comments, okay? But like if you can't find it or you're too lazy to, which is fine because I'm a lazy person as well sometimes. Continuing back to what I was talking about though, my loves. It does feel that way because there is a lot of bottled up feelings internally that you have had to sort of like keep there for some reason out of fear of what would happen if you let them out. I don't know if you thought that you would shut down or you want to be able to handle it is what I'm hearing. But the fact that you've been holding it on for so long, like, and you were able to handle that, you're going to be able to handle this release. You know what I mean? This explosion. That's what I'm hearing in my head. You deserve to let yourself feel these things because whatever this is, it feels like you originally started this journey with following your heart. You had a lot of love and vision into this thing, energy, good thoughts, you know what I mean? Positive vibes. But it's like as it evolved and progressed, that exciting feeling that we kind of put a veil over when we start something new and initiate starts to go down a little bit, right? And things start to feel more, I guess, mundane in a way. Something along those lines happened, or like reality hit you when you realize like something is heavier than it is, something is harder than it is, or this isn't really what I want. I thought that's what I wanted, but as I grew, time went on, I changed with this progression. And now I'm realizing that I might want something different. And there's a fear of like expressing that as well. And also another thing that's coming through is, see, there's so many different ways I can like interpret this energy. That's why I'm saying you got to pick the things that resonate, my loves, okay? Or else this reading ain't going to work for you. On top of that, with this, it's like just being really tired. There's a version of you that is tired of giving so much of yourself away to others because you have a fear of being left, a fear of being rejected. That's another thing that's coming through. That version of you is falling away, the one that's always held you back from finally expressing how you feel about it. Maybe someone's been taking advantage of you. It's like you want to put your foot down on that. There's something here about action that wants to be taken. Because remember, Mercury is the fastest moving planet, one of them, in our solar system orbiting the sun. So because of that, something wants to just swiftly happen right now. But this version of you that is falling away, right? But it feels like it's still taking its sweet time here energetically. It's the only thing that's keeping the stuff bottled up for as longer past its due date. So
let's see where you're still holding on to it, because I feel like I really like I explained this well, but I want to see where you're still holding on to it specifically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this out of the frame, loves. I can still see everything we just spoke about on my side, but I want to move it so I can go into the tarot, okay? So let's see. I can see it. It's just you guys that can't, my loves. Okay, sorry about that. But where are you still holding on to this version of you? So where is pile number 2 still holding on to this version of themselves? Where is pile number 2 still holding on to this version of themselves, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where is pile number 2 still holding on to this version of themselves that's trying to fall away? Okay, so back of the deck energy here is the 2 of Wands. Underneath it, we have the 9 of Swords. There's stalling here. There's hesitancy because of the fear of what would happen. Your own thoughts are messing with you because there's something new that wants to take effect and be rooted in your life. But you're the one that is afraid of what would happen if you put all your eggs into that basket right now. Because of your own self-doubt, because of your own insecurities, there's something here about like just projections, like some sort of wound of your past, maybe an inner child's wound, something you were told that you're not capable of doing. It's like so much of these narratives in your head that are circling inside you and around your heart's true deepest desires that is holding you back right now, my loves, and where in reference to where you're still holding on to it. So we have one card that came up, right? And I see that as being a significator card. So we have the Ace of Wands here. Fire, ignition, a ping, an inner ping. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so where you're still holding on to it. First up, we have the Page of Pentacles. The King of Swords. The 6 of Wands, wow. And the 10 of Swords. Okay, so we're going to get some clarifiers because I want to see what that's about. We're going to get a clarifier with my Wild Unknown Tarot deck over here. Can you clarify the Page of Pentacles for me, please, in reference to where pile number 2 is still holding on to this version of them that's trying to fall away? Can you clarify the Page of Pentacles for me, please? Can you clarify the Page of Pentacles? Okay, so we have the 4 of Cups clarifying the Page of Pentacles here. Can you clarify the King of Swords for me, please? Clarify the King of Swords for me, please. In reference to where pile number 2 is still holding on to this version of them that's trying and been trying to fall away. Can you clarify the King of Swords, please? Okay. We have the Ace of Pentacles. So Ace of Pentacles, wow. Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles. So this energy that you're thinking about, that you're stalling on, it really, like, you want it. You really, really want it. But it's just the fear that's stopping you. Can you please clarify the 6 of Wands here? In reference to where pile number 2 is still holding on to this version of them that's been trying and is falling away. Thank you. So 6 of Wands is clarified by the Father of Pentacles, which is the King of Pentacles here. Wow, beautiful. But then the 2 of Swords back of the deck when this card came out, you don't know if you're capable. There's a lot of, with great power comes great responsibility. It's coming through again here. This is a big career point or a big shift in your life. This is a big, it doesn't need to be career either, my loves. It could be an opportunity where you're investing or putting money into something. You want it to work. You want it to succeed. But there's a version of you that needs to come through. It needs to step into, you need to step into your power to get here. Because there's transformation. I'm seeing this dragonfly. I didn't really ever notice there was a dragonfly in the background. And what's interesting is I used the same decks for pile 1, and I didn't notice a dragonfly for pile 1 when I had the King of Swords come out, but I looked at the bat. You guys, I'm looking at the dragonfly, and that's so, like, I find that fascinating because that's about transformation. And lastly, can you please clarify this Ten of Swords here in reference to where pile number 2 is still holding on to this version of them that's falling away and has been trying to fall away? Can you please clarify the Ten of Swords? Can you clarify the Ten of Swords, please? Thank you. Okay. Back of the deck, the final one, we have the Eight of Swords. Okay. So for the clarifier, back of the deck, it's the Eight of Swords. You are feeling extremely trapped, but here's the thing. The butterfly is just about to emerge from that cocoon. You see how it's changed into colors. It's a monarch. These are going extinct, by the way, or they're trying to repopulate. Like, I live in Michigan, my loves, and okay, so Ten of Swords is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. So the Page of Pentacles is here, and it ends with your, so it begins the reading and it ends the reading. This is important stuff. But on top of that, being clarified by the Page of Cups underneath here. Oh no, sorry. This is the Knight of Pentacles. I am completely incorrect, my loves. My bad about that. So, but still, I feel like there's a reason of why I said that. So we're going to keep that in the back of our minds. But the Knight of Pentacles is here. So the Page of Cups underneath the Eight of Swords for this back of the deck, clarifying this back of the deck. Okay, hopefully, bear with me, guys. Hopefully I'm not confusing you. What I'm seeing here is some massive stuff, because there's a lot of what ifs in your mind that are messing with you, even though you're already on your way to transformation. Like, this shedding, this version of you that's falling away, my loves, it's still gonna happen whether you want it to or not, because this big opportunity, you're not gonna let it pass you by. It's just how long it takes to succeed and evolve and unravel for you. This new beginning, how long it takes, however you plug this situation, this reading into your situation, my loves. Whatever this new thing is, it's gonna like be dependent, like it's gonna start and be dependent, and the pace it takes to unravel for you will be dependent upon how much of your eggs you put into the basket now. You know what I mean? You're being asked to be discerning of what you know, what's true versus what's not, or like facts, statistics, analysis of some kind. Like, you have such a big drive to like want to make this happen for yourself, which I think is very, very beautiful. But at the same time, you're still holding on to it in how you're approaching this stuff right now. There's a lot of self-doubt in this energy, and this version of you that's falling away, my loves. You want to believe with all your heart. We're going back to the archetypes for a sec. You want to believe with your entire heart and soul that this is divinely meant for you, that this is working, that this is making sense, whatever the situation is. The version of you that's falling away, and where you're still holding on to it, it still leaks through this situation that you're moving through right now. But it feels like you're slowly but surely moving away from it. So I want to make that clear. We're looking at where you're still holding on to it. But like, you're doing a good job trying to take it out. Does that make sense? It's just, it does mess with you when you get scared of being too hyped about things. You get too, you like to shut off, or like tell yourself to like stop thinking about this. Pile number 2, shut up, like stop thinking, because you don't want to get your hopes up. You don't want to jump the gun before you see the facts. And you're still holding on to this version of you that's falling away, in the sense of like, you're scared of what would happen if you believed that it all works out, that you get to where you want to be, and that you have the power to handle it all. But the responsibility that comes with it is just so terrifying to you that you're, one, trying to take this extremely one step at a time, super, super slow. And secondly, though, it's like a touch and go thing. Like, the journey that you're on right now, regardless of where this area of life it's talking about, I really feel like this has to do with career, or something to do with like money or growth of material wealth of some kind, like a opportunity for that. Like, it feels like there's a risk in some way too, or just a lot of acceleration in your journey. And it's like, your nervous system can't keep up with this acceleration that's happening in your external world, and your inner world's like trying to do like a touch and go thing, like a start and stop thing. And it's like, go, stop, go, stop. Let's stop a little bit longer because that go lasted a little bit longer. And it's like, go, stop. And you're still holding on to it in the sense of trying to use this version of you that's falling away to your benefit, kind of, to help you be able to not be too impulsive, be too aggressive in how badly you want this new beginning. Does that make sense? And you're also trying to be prepared. Like, I don't think that you're doing anything wrong, pile number 2. I don't think that you're holding yourself back with aggressive stagnancy, but it does slow progress down for you the more you let this side of you that's trying to fall away. And it's been falling away for quite a while now, hearing a couple of months. So that could be like 3 to 4 months, or 2 months, 4, 3, or 2 months. That's what's coming through in my head. It's easy for you to let it stay or overstay in your mind. Like, it's easy for you to say, okay, like, let's just numb ourselves or dissociate, detach from the hope that I have inside for a little bit because I need to be realistic. You know what I mean? Like, you're trying to do the touch and go thing in this situation because you're trying to still be discerning and realistic with this opportunity and growth. But at the same time, because of how like careful you're trying to be, there isn't enough room for like believing that you're gonna get it, or like it's like trying to balance being optimistic but also being realistic and practical. And you're still holding on to it by trying to stay in this balance juggling act with those two energies. And they're very different energies, but they both need each other to work. And now I'm understanding why I was thinking about odd numbers in the scales, because it really feels like these marbles are just going like this, trying to keep the scales from tipping. And you need both of those energies to stay afloat, realistically speaking, when it comes to this thing that's happening. But with the Six of Wands, it's the victory card. With the King of Pentacles, that's the responsibility. That's the financial mastery card, basically. The leader of being able to show up in your material world for yourself. And with great power comes great responsibility. And that's understandable. You're aware of that. But at the same time, because of this greatness, this emphasis on this stuff, you really want to take it slow. But let me try to get one more clarifier card here for the Ten of Swords, because I want to see what this is about. So can you give me another clarifier source? Let's stretch into this for the Ten of Swords. Okay, so we have the Father of Wands, that's the King of Wands. And then we have Justice as the back of the deck again here, clarifying. And then underneath that is the King of Swords again. Yeah, so you're in this balancing act. And on top of that, you are in the process of trying to release it. Okay, that's what I see. You want to have confidence here. You're trying to step into your power and believe that you have what it takes to do all of this stuff. So now I think I understand why. I don't know if you guys remember me sharing this or if I only shared it in the pile preparation portion of your reading. Hopefully I shared it earlier, but I'm going to repeat myself anyways, regardless. When I was looking at back of the deck energies in the third section of your reading and the second section, which we're going to dive into shortly, I kept channeling like the back of the deck energy not being your current energy, but like a guide speaking to you through the back of the decks that comes through. We're going to look into that soon now. Based off of, because of what you're doing and how you've been still holding on to this version of you that's falling away, but it's in a positive way. Does that make sense? I hope this is not confusing anybody, okay? I really hope it's not. It's like the version of you that's falling away is being put to good use right now regarding the situation you're going through, because you're not dropping it completely, because it has good things to offer you. It's the realistic part. And sometimes this realistic part is always thinking about worst case scenarios, but because of this thing is such a big responsibility with great power and a lot of investment of your time in some way or capacity or energy or money or something, it requires that mindset a little bit. It requires half that and half optimism, half hope, and half believing that this is going to work out, because you need to have the confidence to make this through, to move through this. successfully, you need this confidence. You need it, you need it, you need it. And the part of you that I think can also be falling away actually is the part of you that just does things recklessly, impulsively. Now I think I understand why the rage card came out, because refining your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. It's hard for you to not step into things. Like if something pisses you off, you call it out like it is. The version of you that's falling away is learning how to take their time to step into these things instead of just giving their power away without really thinking twice. There's a reckless impulsivity here that's dying, and you're learning how to use that anger, that rage in a healthy way to fuel this journey you're on. And where you're still holding on to it is in a good way, where it's kind of protecting you from making a wrong step to give discernment in some way. You're still holding on to some doubts, yes, but it's not stopping you from progressing. I want to make that clear. Sometimes when we let these things mess with our heads very strongly, it does stop things. It just feels like there's a little bit of a pause right now, a little bit of a stall, but it's not really like your fault. It feels like you're just kind of waiting to make your next move. And I'm thinking about that with the chess piece here. Yeah, it's really waiting on the next step. So what I'm trying to say, where you're still holding on to this version of you that's falling away, it's being used for good reasons, okay? So now let's move into the second section of your reading, my loves. I am going to have to get all this stuff back in the decks because we're going to be using the tarot in the second portion together. So hopefully you guys were really listening, taking notes, you know. I always suggest you do. All right, let's just reset this energy. Because now we're going to be looking at who you are in the middle of becoming and where this version of you is naturally leading you towards, okay? So with that, we have two back of the deck energies. First up, and this is where I think this is like a guide or a spirit, an angel trying to come through to communicate to you and show you that you are supported on this. You have the father archetype, and underneath it that was kind of sliding through earlier was child magical. So light attributes for father is talent for creating and supporting life, positive guiding light within a tribal unit. Shadow attributes dictatorial control and abuse of authority. And then for child magical, I'm going to only look at light attribute because it slid down the top way. We have seeing the potential for sacred beauty in all things, the belief that everything is possible. Yes. So again, who you're in the middle of becoming, it's like you feel like this is the right way. You feel like how you've been doing things is proper. And this is a confirmation that it is. You've been watched over and are being watched over so aggressively by your spiritual team, your counsel, whatever you believe in, my love, whatever religion or whatever, how you view things, source, God, universe, Jesus, like everything of the above is here. Everything of the beneath, around you, the beauty of Mama Earth, everything is supporting you right now on your journey, on your goals towards what you see, what you're dreaming of, because this is a big dream, a big desire of yours. And who you're in the middle becoming, it needs this additional support from the energetic stance, which I find so flipping gorgeous. I'm just going to move this to the side because that was for the first section. Okay. Let's bring this over here then. Next up, you have her back of the deck, fear. And I don't feel like this is a bad card, and I'll explain shortly, but let's just read a little bit. Fear is one of the most primal of human emotions. The body's involuntary fight or flight response to threat might be one of our greatest allies. There we go. Such reactions evolved to preserve the life of our species, yet we depict it as a furtive enemy, derailing rational thought, inflaming latent anxieties. Terrified stampedes and desperate crushes can still kill us, and panic attacks can make us feel as if we might
be dying. In the West, we live in fear-averse societies. Our public spaces may be festooned with security cameras and warnings to be vigilant, but these repeated exhortations to reduce risk may increase our nervousness. Continually reminded of our vulnerabilities, we may become more susceptible to political rhetoric, which offers us protection in the face of global menace. The situation is exacerbated by what sociologist Frank Ferretti calls fear entrepreneurs, who stoke up threats with screaming headlines and pernicious adverts. Are you losing your hair? Are you unfulfilled by your job? We used to fear thunder and wild beasts. Now seeing an advert in a newspaper or getting on a train seems to bring some new danger into focus. But see also courage. See, that's the advice here. Beautiful, beautiful. I will explain. Okay. So this is first off giving us like this idea of like insight that like with fear, it's not a bad thing. Okay? For us to show up and try to take control like over our lives and things like that, ego tries to step in to help us survive. Ego isn't a bad thing. A lot of people think it is, but it's the thing that helps us have a human experience. It's just that when we let it overrule our life, does it become an issue? With Father here, it's kind of giving me that energy, but it's also giving me the energy of like a lot of support from your guides as well, my loves. This ego is trying to help you. It wants to work together with you, pile number 2. Your ego wants to work with you to make this thing happen. Whatever this thing is regarding the situation, it wants it to happen for you, and it's trying to make it work in a way where it's not holding you back, but using just the right amount of ego and dash of fear and paranoia, and the best way though, to be calculated, to be discerning, to take the risk, but also be prepared for the repercussions of those risks, or like planning for A, B, and C, like that sort of thing. There's a lot of logistical stuff coming in where your mind's really trying to be prepared for all different ways of what could happen, but also be willing to take the risk regardless, because this is a big step forward for you. Does that make sense? Now we're going to look at the cards that came out. So for who you're in the middle of becoming, we have an archetype card and a box of emotions card. So with it, we have confidence. Wow. Confidence always dazzles. We might feel a stab of envy around those who glide effortlessly into the party, shake hands, charm all the important people. Everybody laughs at their jokes, but as much as other people's lack of self-doubt shimmers with mystery and perhaps mild suspicion, can they be trusted? Our own confident feelings are often frustratingly elusive. Self-help gurus by the 1970s were claiming that the only difference between you and the charismatic individual for whom doors swung wide open was confidence. And how to get it? You had to use a simple bit of magical thinking. Fake it till you make it. Was it a little contemptuous? If it was, then we were the real target of the con. Not least because the mantra may have also spawned a belief that confidence could be a reasonable substitute for competence. Studies have shown that if we continually pretend to be a person we are not, we lose faith in the abilities that we do have, or else feel terrified that we'll be found out. So says C. Fraud feeling like a. So if we continually pretend to be a person we're not, we lose faith in the abilities that we do have, or else feel terrified that we'll be found out. What's more, too much confidence can inhibit the desire for self-improvement. Perhaps instead of chasing that glorious sensation of invincibility, we might put some trust in quieter feelings and learn to love uncertainty, hesitation, and confusion too. That's the thing. Like, there's this idea here of not doing blind faith anymore. You're being calculating, you know, and you're trusting in what's meant for you, but you're also being prepared of what could happen too. And like, you're aware, you are willing to take the steps or the things you got to do to like trust that, okay, like if this doesn't work out the way I want it to, like what's the next step? But you're also trying to make sure it does, like you're doing all the smart steps is what I'm trying to say. Who you're in the middle of becoming
has a lot to do with marrying your ego with your heart's deepest desires. The mind and the heart are marrying each other. They're merging together. The version of you that's falling away was the one where all ego ever did was try to protect you from even taking steps forward. But this is a time where you know you can't avoid anymore, because this is go time. It feels like this is go time. This is what you got to do. You know that that's what you got to do, but you're just trying to protect yourself from doing any impulsive hits, because the survival instinct can be so aggressive sometimes when it comes to fight or flight response for you, that it can kind of trigger you to just do something recklessly without thinking, even though you think it's keeping you safe. Or it can make you procrastinate and avoid it entirely. And you're trying not to do either. You're trying to let the fear still be there and do it effing anyways. And that's the beauty of this energy. For the archetype that goes with along with it, we have mentor, with the light attribute being passing on wisdom and refining a student's character. Shadow attribute, inability to allow the student to move on to the role of master, imparting false instruction. So I kind of like this energy, and I like how I'm tapping into both light and the shadow attributes of the mentor, because it really feels like you're being just realistic with yourself. You're being realistic with the situation. You know that you've grown a lot. You know that you're ready to take this next step, but you're also aware that you have to be a forever student in here too. Does that make sense? It's like you have to step up to be the leader, but you're also going to let yourself be a forever student simultaneously at the same time. And that will keep you from getting too cocky. That will keep you from not being, for being underprepared with this thing. You know what I mean? And not overprepared too. So it's like you're giving yourself faith, but you're also not going to expect like perfection to the point of where you exhaust yourself, hate on yourself if it doesn't all become like a 10 out of 10 thing. It could be an 8 out of 10, but you need to be proud of yourself for that, because not a lot of people get to an 8 out of 10. Does that make sense? But it's going to keep improving once you take the steps and you let it keep accelerating or progressing forward. I hope this makes sense. Okay, so let's see where this version of you though is naturally leading. Okay. No, I'm going to move this here actually. Okay. So where is this version of pile number 2 naturally leading them? Where is this version of pile number 2 naturally leading them, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where is this version of pile number 2 naturally leading them? One more shuffle. Where is this version of pile number 2 naturally leading them? Okay. Back of the deck here is the Fool. Love this. Underneath her, we have Justice. You are tipping the scales in a way, though, that's positive for you to, like, this is a scale tip on something that you've been trying to work towards becoming and embodying, so much so that you're now taking the risk. You're taking the leap of faith for yourself, taking a chance, even though you know you're not fully at this master wise level of some kind. You're letting yourself be a student while still taking the risk. And this version of you is naturally leading you towards somewhere where it's like you're changing your own destiny. It's so like inspiring and empowering. Like, this is such empowering energy. And then not to mention the cards that came out here. We have the Ace of Wands, the High Priestess, and then we have this mystery card with the 10 of Cups. Oh my gosh, I love this for you. And we're going to add more to it now. All right. So I want to see what this says. And that's healthy fear. This isn't bad fear. And that's what I love about this energy that I'm seeing and tapping into here. Okay. So let us get clarifiers real quick. Can you please clarify the Ace of Wands for me? This is related to, like I said, how you're still holding on to it. You're using it to keep this fire on. That's the beauty. It's like you're using it to your advantage. This version of you that's falling away, you're using the residual energy to your advantage. And that's so cool. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's like I want to high five you guys, you know? Okay. Can you please clarify the Ace of Wands here In reference to where this version of pile number 2 is naturally leading them, regardless of when they come across this reading, can you please clarify the Ace of Wands? Okay, so we got a sideways card with the 7 of Wands. You're fighting. You are fighting hard. Okay, this wants to be upright. Back of the deck here is the 7 of Swords. There's strategies, 2 sevens. Okay, so 777 may be a significance to you right now. When I think of sevens, I think about research, spirituality. I think about perseverance, patience. This is a waiting game, but it's also fast moving at the same time. That's why there's some anxiety here. But it's a healthy anxiety. But you're keeping it contained. You're letting it work with you, not against you. It's really, really cool. And you're learning, the version of you that you're in the middle becoming is doing this so amazingly with strategy right now, instead of in a way where it's going to hold them back. The Knight of Swords here, this is going to help you take charge. This is going to help you like go after the thing that you've been envisioning for such a long time. That's so cool. And now let's clarify the High Priestess here. Can you please clarify the High Priestess in reference to where this version of pile number 2 is naturally leading them? Thank you. Okay, so we got 2 cards clarifying the High Priestess. So we have Temperance and we have the Page of Pentacles. Okay. Temperance and the Page of Pentacles. I just want to make sure you can see it too. That sucks. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you guys can see the cards. There. So we have the Page of Pentacles and Temperance. Back of the deck here is the 9 of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. Yes. So again, like I said, you're in the middle of becoming someone that can hold these things, but you know that in order to hold them, you still have to learn. It's going to be a work in progress, a touch and go sort of energy with Temperance energy. But at the same time, this is change that you had to get into for you to embody this version of you. But you needed this old version of you to embody this new version of you. It's so crazy, like the way I'm picturing all of this. It's like you have been trying to manifest something for such a long time, pile number 2. This could have been years in the making, years in the works. And you have done, I need you to understand that if you were ever ashamed of who you used to be, don't, okay? There's a reason why you had to embody these old versions to get to this version that's learning how to work with the old versions to their favor. It's so cool. It is so flipping cool. And lastly, can we please clarify the 10 of Cups? For pile number 2, let's clarify this 10 of Cups in reference to where this version of them is naturally leading them. Okay. So we have a sideways card landing on the 5 of Pentacles to clarify the 10 of Cups. Back of the deck here is the 7 of Pentacles. So yes, that's giving me confirmation. 777 is of significance, and this has been something you've been working towards for a while now. Underneath the 7 of Pentacles, we have the Queen of Cups. Yep, you've wanted this for a while. Clarifying the 5 of Pentacles is the 8 of Wands. Okay, the fastest moving card in the deck on the scarcity mindset card. The card of thinking that you don't have enough resources, you don't have what it takes, you're not good enough. Here's the thing though, with the 8 of Wands, this is helping you get to your dreams by helping you stay discerning, by helping you stay logical. You're being realistic. You're using this to your advantage in a way where it is working for you, not against you. This is so flipping cool. I love it. I feel like all the cards have just been pointing it to the same thing, same thing, same thing, same thing. And it's just telling you with the fact that you have High Priestess directly in the middle like this, standing out with Temperance, clarifying. These are the only, and Fool, Justice. Like, this is a big deal, a big moment in your life right now, pile number 2. You're doing all the steps, but you need to remember to keep going. Don't give up. Keep believing in yourself. This is a confirmation that where you're at and how you've been doing things is working. Okay? You're literally manifesting things as we speak. I got goosebumps saying that. And this is some powerful shit. I'm being honest with you. This is amazing. I'm so proud of you. And it's just like, you've taken such a long time to get here, but the length of time that it took was necessary. It was required. If you try to speed through this any other way or go through this any other way, it wouldn't have clicked the way it did as strongly to stick and last. So I applaud you. Okay. Don't doubt yourself ever. This is working in your favor, but you need to keep believing it is. Keep believing in yourself, okay? And use this, the discernment, the primitive instincts, the part of you that has the fear to your advantage. And you still are, you've been, but keep sticking with it. You're doing amazing, okay? Just don't bypass the fear. Don't avoid it. Don't false hope it. Don't put those rose-tinted glasses on. Don't let yourself avoid or procrastinate. Just keep slow and steady is what wins the race. Touch and go, touch and go, touch and go. Okay? All right. Now this is where we're going to go into what this new version of you needs in order to fully come through, my loves. Okay? So we're going to clear this space up so we can go into that now together. We're going to just reset these energies in case we want to get tarot out later. Beautiful, beautiful energy. I feel so honored to do this reading for you today, my loves. Okay. We're going to try to keep these to the sides for now. Oh my God, I hate when I drop my candle cords. I'm sorry if that scared you, because it always scares me. All right. We'll just do that for now. We'll see how it goes. Oh, well, there is a lot of back of the deck energies. Look, all the cards we have here for the third section. Okay, we might have to move it. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. I'm going to be able to see it. It's just you guys that won't, okay? All right. All right, so for back of the deck energies, this third section, we're looking at what this new version of you needs to fully come through, to fully show up. If there's anything else that you're missing, or maybe this is confirmation, we're going to see what that is together. We got back of the deck energies of galore here. I think we have 4 in total. So first up for back of the deck, we have the Acolyte. And it says new projects and learning. Okay, next up for my essential oils deck for back of the deck, you have adaptable essential oil with the keyword liberated. Trigger statement, what happens next? True statement, I am divinely connected. Dear soul, please remember that you never walk alone. This is where it feels like your guides are like speaking to you through these back of the decks. I just liberated. Ugh, I love this. I love this. The reassurance you're getting here is insane. And then for the Malefique Lenormand deck, we're going to have to use the booklet to understand the meanings. This back of the deck, we have birds with the number 12. Now I'm thinking about the Hanged Man in tarot because that's the number 12. Interesting. We're going to see the meaning of that. And then the last back of the deck energy we have for you is for my Embracing Your Shadows deck, and it says releasing judgment. Do not fear your darkness. You are not good or bad. You are human and evolving. There we go. Marrying the light with the dark. It's so beautiful. Embracing the shadow to come more and more into the light with your truth and find more wholeness. Okay, let's see what the bird means really quick. Birds. So for birds, it says gossip, meaningless talk, empty promises, anxiety, inner dialogue, haunting thoughts / phone calls. Okay. So gossip, meaningless talk, empty promises, anxiety, inner dialogue. Okay. There's reminders here. And when I'm thinking of birds, I think of like people speaking to you too. Like when you think of birds, they like tweet from above. So I feel like still like that's a confirmation from your guides of these energies and stuff, but also the idea of like the dialogue within, having a reminder, being reminded that like the anxieties aren't real. You're just using the survival self to continue throttling yourself forward and doing this in the right way, in the right shape, in the right form. Touch and go, touch and go, touch and go is what I keep hearing. So what this new version of you needs to fully come through. First up, we have Wild Orange Essential Oil with the keyword good fortune. Wow. Trigger statement, there is not enough. True statement, I attract abundance. Feel the joy you would have once you have reached your goals here and now. You will achieve your dreams fastest that way. That is what I'm trying to say. It's like you're trying to believe that you can more and more. The confidence, right? That is insanely powerful. I think this is the first time I've seen this card, and I have like my essential oil stick I use a lot, but the deck itself is massive. So it's kind of cool, you know what I mean, to see that here for you guys as well. Next up, for the second essential oil card you received, you have Copaiba with the keyword worthy. Trigger statement, I am ashamed. True statement, I am cherished. There are connections to ancestral and childhood memories that are ready to be healed. Allow divine light to shine within. Love this. You're capable of more than you realize, my love. This is the very thing. These steps you're taking are the very things that lead you to where you want to go. But you got to take it. You got to believe in yourself. You got to keep going. Next up, we have the air, unseen potential and hesitation. We have a chakra card with heart chakra, the Anahata chakra. Love, I open my heart and choose to give and receive love freely. Receiving is hard for you, isn't it? Letting yourself receive support, letting yourself receive positive thoughts or belief in oneself is hard. For the final chakra card, you have the Sahasrara crown chakra. With enlightenment, I expand the light of my soul and illuminate my path with love. That's the thing. You need to believe in yourself more and more. What this new version of you needs to fully come through is the self-belief factor. I am worthy. I am powerful. I am more than I freaking realize. I am more than my human body limits me as. I am light. I am a being of unconditional love, and that means I can give myself that same unconditional love. For the Celtic spirits, you have Gwyneth with the number 5. The 5 card, number 5 was coming through a lot for me with your energies, guys. So a lot of change here. The mother, nurture, and present. We're going to read the meaning of that in the booklet. For the final Citadel card, you have this in reverse, the Masquerary, with hiding your true self and projection, but it's in reverse, okay? So we're going to read the booklet to understand the meaning of the reversal here. And then lastly, we have Peace Walker with the number 9, peace, gentle, and forward. Actually, let's do this here. I feel called to do that. Okay, what this new version of you needs to fully come through. All right, so let's see what this is about. Let's do this Gwyneth card because I'm looking at the birds. And there's got to be a reason why I put this card next to here. There's so much change going on that it's triggering your inner dialogue right now. So what this new version of you needs to fully come through is whatever this card has to share with us. So let's share and read it together. The second of the 3 fates, maiden, mother, crone, also past, present, and future. The Trinity knot in the circle is the symbol which represents the maiden, mother, and crone, past, present, and future, the 3 life cycles of woman. Gwyneth, the mother and the present. The mother is happy with her little fairy sprites, and the energy of Gwyneth is all about nurturing. Nurturing is an aspect that one can give to others and also give to one's self. It's a beautiful thing to help others, but many times it is to the detriment of our own health. We forget to put ourselves on our priority list. We hear too often that you can't drink from an empty cup. Caregivers must drink from this cup first in order to be of benefit to others. Gwyneth may be asking you to look at where you're not nurturing yourself or being nurtured in your life. Are you living the life you wish? Does anyone in your life give back to you or support you in your time of need? Are you tired, overwhelmed, stressed, or giving too much of yourself? It may be time to give back to yourself. The elementals know that this reality is time poor as we fit far too much into our days, so they ask us to take small steps to look after ourselves. Read that book you have had next to your bed for 15 minutes a day. Go for a bush walk, have a cup of tea outside in nature without taking your phone with you. Gwyneth's message is also one of being present. Slow down, stop thinking too far ahead, and be present with yourself, your loved ones, and life itself. It starts with integrating the small things, and once it becomes a habit, you'll find you start increasing these small gestures and feel much calmer and peaceful for it. So with this, what this new version of you needs, one of the things to fully come through, I think it also has to do with, okay, this is weird, but this is what's coming through. I'm picturing like a cross energy right now. So this goes, I still feel like goes here, but like, no, I'm gonna take that back. These three go with this. So, I mean, these three, they're like a message. This one goes here. And then these are like themselves together. This also connects, like, there's a lot of things that's coming through in my head. Sorry, guys, bear with me here. All right, so let me see what the Masquerade says in reverse first. And then I'm gonna read the first thing that supports this new version of you to fully come through. Let me try to find it first. Okay, so 130. Page 130. Okay, so there are times for vulnerability and times for strength. When used in the right way, masks are powerful. They are a way to guard your privacy and keep you protected. In this moment, work out what mask you need to wear to achieve your purpose. Adopt that persona, adjust your behavior, and do what you have to do. Wow, holy flipping moly. Fake it till you make it. Remember, we heard that as well. Do what you have to do to achieve your purpose. Work out what mask you need to wear in this moment to achieve your purpose. Adopt that persona of that mask, adjust your behavior, and do what you have to do. Wow, that's powerful stuff. So with this, combined with Gwyneth and the birds, inner dialogue right now is loud, okay? There's moments where you doubt yourself. There's moments where that older self tries to overtake this new version of you that you're becoming. You're in the middle of becoming. This version of you is naturally leading you to greatness right now. Pile number 2, you are on the verge of some awesome shit, okay? I'm not gonna lie at all. I would not just say that to hype you guys up, okay? If I didn't feel it, if I didn't mean it. But with this energy, you need to do this for this version of you to really fully come through and shine. And it is to protect yourself from letting the thoughts take you on down a spiraling staircase, basically. Down a black hole, down a dark, deep abyss of just vomiting BS that isn't actually gonna happen. It's just all the what ifs, right? The could happens, but it's not happening. You need to focus on your present. There are still so many steps that you have yet to take to get to this new reality, this new thing you're trying to attain. And you're looking at it so far out that it's overwhelming you a ridiculous amount. And you got to reel it back in and look at the next step and baby steps. Remember I said touch and go. This is literally what you need to keep doing. You need to keep saying touch and go, because you are going to be able to reach your goals, but you need to believe it. The fastest way to achieve your dreams is to believe. Feel the joy you would have once you have reached your goals. How do you feel that, and how do you ground? Every time you feel like you start spiraling, or a spiral is trying to come in, a paranoid seed's trying to be planted in your head, you need to feel the joy you would have once you've reached your goals in the here and now. That is going to help you kind of have a moment of like, okay, wait, like I need to chill. Like pile number 2, stop. Like this is you talking to yourself. Okay, let's pretend I'm talking to myself and I'm you. Okay, I'm going to say Bridget. Bridget, chill out. Chill out, Bridget, okay? Like I get it, but we're getting there. We're going to make it. We're going to make it. Every time you feel like you have an intrusive thought trying to come through, stop it. Say, let's bring that feeling back. Let's envision where we're going. Let's envision this goal that we're trying to attain, where our heart's trying to take us. And then that's the mask. That's the mask you put on. That is what helps you do what you have to do. It's the thing that's going to help protect you and nurture you on your path forward in a way where you're like, okay, let's rein it back in. I get why there's fear. It's because this is something I care about and is extremely important to me, because it is a heart's deep desire here. That's valid. I thank my ego. Thank you, ego, for taking care of me, for looking after me. So what we're going to do, we're going to recognize that we're not perfect, and that's okay. It's still going to be along for the ride. Let's welcome the ego in. How can the ego work to our favor right now? yada, yada, yada. Put it down the little baby steps you gotta take and do a touch and go. Keep envisioning, keep believing in yourself. Wear that mask because this is the thing that's gonna help you keep going. And it's gonna help this new version of you fully come through, the version of you that can balance the heart and the mind, the logic with the emotional and spiritual. On top of that, my loves, we have worthy with I am ashamed, I am cherished. There are connections to ancestral and childhood memories that are ready to be healed. Allow divine light to shine within. This is where there's a lot of self-doubt here that's happened because of things that were said to you a lot growing up. The thing that stops it though, with the Anahata heart chakra card, I open my heart and choose to give and receive love. Send love out to those people that have wished you negative thoughts or have led you to not trusting yourself, and recognize that when they did those things to you in the past, this is going to be triggering for some of you guys, okay? So just be warned, but remember, I am doing this from a place of so much unconditional love, me sharing this to you guys, like the way I'm talking, the way I'm so heavily enveloped into your reading right now. I just feel so honored to be delivering these things to you. And remember, you're supposed to let the triggers come through. If you are about to get triggered with what I'm about to say, accept it, embrace it, thank it for trying to tell you, oh, this is a big thing I still gotta look at. Because that's the only reason why you might feel triggered when I'm about to share. Okay, does that make sense? So you are being asked, one of the other things that this new version of you needs to fully come through, pile number 2, is to send that love out to the people that have hurt you, that have made you feel doubted or wronged or slighted in any way, shape, or form in your past. People that have made you think that you're not credible enough, that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy enough to do these things that you want to do, to take the steps you want to take, that you're not capable of it. Recognize that they're just projecting their own fears onto you about what they think they wouldn't be capable of if they were in your shoes, because they are merely projections. And I know that's going to be a hard thing. Maybe there's a lot of rage toward these people. Maybe there's a lot of hurt and pain because these are people that you've always wanted to hear them say, I believe in you about, or say, I'm so proud of you from. But here's the thing, you are putting yourself in a cage by letting these voices live rent-free in your head right now, and you need to take your power back, receive the love that you've been trying to send out to these people, if they're still in your life, back into your heart, and give it to the version or the person that needs it the most right now, which is you and yourself. Okay, I'm hearing me, myself, and I, that song. It's just me, myself, and I. Solo, something till I die. I got me for life. I know I sang that wrong, but I'm hearing that energy. Like, you need to be in that state of mind. So thank these people for pushing you to grow. And they helped you grow by helping you learn how to work with your ego and not let your ego work against you. That's the beauty here. It's like a full circle effect going on. And like I said, this wouldn't have been able to unravel in any other way for you. You wouldn't be where you are right now if it didn't happen the way it did your past. And this is the hard thing to swallow, okay? So just know, like, this comment section is a safe space. If you feel called to share these things, if you want to vent, no, it is safe for you here. I am literally in the process of trying to build a safe community of individuals, of like-minded people that just want a safe space online to just heal, grow, evolve, you know? And it is the best therapy source, in my opinion, to not be afraid to share what you want to share, vent it out. No, you're in an anonymous space. No one's going to try to judge you, look you up, and aggressively stalk you just because of something you shared about your own trauma. This is a safe space, okay? That's my goal here. I welcome you to do that. I encourage you to do that. I feel like it will feel very freeing, and it could even help if anything that I shared just now triggered you. But moving forward, on top of this, another thing that this new version of you needs to fully come through. Let's see. I want to see what this card says. And same with the air, unseen potential, because you have, this is shaping into a 7. So yes, so much perseverance, so much growth. It's taken a lot of time to get you to where you're at right now. You're meant to believe that you're worthy of this. You're stepping into a leader, okay? That's why we had the Father card. We had the Emperor card come out earlier too. You had the Confidence card. You have the Mentor card. You are becoming a force to be reckoned with as we speak, pile number 2. But you need to believe in yourself more than anything right now. I expand the light of my soul and illuminate my path with love. Remember, you're not alone. You're not doing any of this alone. You've never been alone. And with this, keeping this in mind with the crown chakra, keep yourself attached to the ideology that you have been supported this entire journey and time. You have been brought forth so many lessons of experiences filled with so many lessons up and down, left and right in your life. And remember that they all helped shape you into who you are today and who you're becoming today so that you can move forward, walk forward on this path and keep persisting. But let us see the air card together. So that's page 36. So that's nines. We have a lot of number nines coming through. So 999 may be of significance to you as well. Nines are about completion, shedding, idealism, and leadership, taking leadership of your life. Love this. Okay. So a crown sits on a pedestal full of waiting potential. Years of preparing for a role have led to this moment. The crown is power, it is fulfillment, but it's also a responsibility that will affect every part of the heir's future. The heir has known that this day will come, and yet it feels like a lifetime of learning could never have prepared them for stepping into this role. The weight of expectation is a heavy mantle, but there's no turning back from it now. The end of every journey signals the beginning of a new one, and it is natural to still feel uncertain about this new path in front of you. You may be hesitating, but trust that you have already laid the groundwork to make this opportunity the most beneficial that it can be. The rewards that will come are worth this moment of uncertainty. I want you guys all, if you need to reread this, read it in your own time. I need you to write it down, print it out, like type it out on your computer, print it out, and then just hang it up in your room. This whole thing, write it out for yourself because you need this to be a reminder throughout your entire journey. If this is what really resonates, I really feel like, oh my God, I just stepped on my water bottle. Sorry if that scared anyone because it scared me. I really want you guys to print this out. Like type it out, print it out, screenshot it, do what you gotta do. Write it down, tape up what you wrote down on the wall in your room. Like, I need you to look at this every day. When you doubt yourself, look at this. You have been offered the most amazing opportunity. You've been chosen for this. You have something amazing that you can feel in your soul. You need to believe in yourself more. Pile number 2. Believe in yourself and it will come. You have never been alone on this journey. You are so supported more than ever. And on top of it, lastly, we have the Peace Walker to end this section before we go into your final messages to end your reading. A light in the darkness, a beacon of hope. The Peace Walker is an elemental who resides on the earth plane to help raise awareness, to help others find their way home. There are many elementals who have chosen to walk this path to help humanity, all of nature, and its many beings on this plane. They sometimes find it difficult being in human form, but understand it is for a greater purpose. At this time, our worlds are all connected, but this may not always be so if we continue to destroy what beauty we have in this world. Peace Walker asks you to take up the challenge yourself and do what you can to help raise the consciousness of humanity. Where can you help or set an example to educate or inspire others to look after nature and all of its beings? Where in your life can you change your habits that have an impact on the plane? We cannot do this alone. We need all who are willing to listen. Another message by drawing this card is one of finding peace. Peace is essential in this day and age to help us through the stressors of everyday life. It sometimes seems that stress and being busy is taking precedence over being calm and nurturing ourselves. There seems to be less time for ourselves. We are time poor, tired, and running on empty. This in itself is not sustainable unless we balance the scale by finding peace and calm, which means finding time to let this in. Because our external environment reflects our internal environment. By finding peace within ourselves, we can create peace in our external environment and vice versa. Make some time for yourself, even 15 minutes a day, where you can sit and just be. Find your center and get out into nature. When we emanate calm, it is infectious to others, and we receive back calm in answer to the energy we're sending out. I love this. The more we find peace, the more we find peace on a collective scale. Become centered and able to handle situations better. Bring balance back into your life and make time for you. You're being reminded to just keep going. The thing that helps this new version of you to fully come through is to keep doing what you've been doing, pile number 2, but do it even more now in a way where you got it even more under control and you're strengthening the potential, the magic that it's bringing forth, because it's made progress. Like you've seen tangible results for how you've been handling things, but you can get even more tangible results when you start plugging in the additional things that we just talked about. Okay. With that being said, now my loves, we're going to be moving forward into your final messages to end up your reading. Okay, my loves. So we're going to be moving these cards out of the way. All right. Really hope you guys took the notes you needed to take. And we're going to be doing this together. So for your final messages to end your reading, my loves, we have a deck that I just got recently, and it's called My Guardian Angels Tarot Deck. So we have, I think, 8 cards here in total for your final messages. We're going to be doing your final messages using tarot. That's how I felt called to do it. And with this, we also have significator card energy here. So before we go into this, let's look at the back of the deck. We have 7. That's insane. I just realized, look, we have the 7 of Pentacles to finish up your back of the deck energy, your final back of the deck energy for today's reading. And underneath it is the Page of Wands with creative, enthusiastic, and motivated, investment, assessment, and patience. Along with that, we're going to now go into your significator card. It's these cards up here. First up, we have the Page of Swords. So many new beginnings, opportunity. Pages are about opportunity. Truthful, analytical, and outspoken. You're still learning. It's a work in progress. And then the card that's sideways is going to be clarifying or adding more energy to this Hermit card. So the Hermit says introspection, self-discovery, mentorship. We have a waxing crescent moon in the background, which is the phase the moon moves into after a new moon. Okay, so it's beginning to start to bring light back in. So this is after you plant your seed. This is where you're setting your intentions, you're praying, you're wishing, you're believing in yourself. This is the law of attraction energy. You know, keep that high, your energy high, your frequencies high. Overshadowing it, influencing its energy. We have the Queen of Cups, and it's loving, giving, and psychic. Yes, exactly what I just said. This is adding into that. That's, wow. Okay, that's crazy. Just keep believing in yourself. Put your heart into it. You're doing everything the right way. Oh my God, I love this for you. And the 9 is following us. The 7 and 9, 7s and 9s are important here for you. And I believe I also said 5s. So with the cards, let's begin. The first row of 4 cards here. We have the 9 of Pentacles, contentment, luxury, and independence. Next up, we have the King of Cups with compassionate, understanding, and trustworthy. The Knight of Swords, intellectual, determined, and motivated. And I love that they're holding flowers, because normally when we think of the Knight of Swords, we don't see the emotion, but there's like love in this energy. You know, it's not just logic, but there's fire, momentum, but you're doing it for the right reasons. There's pure-hearted energy here because they're white roses. That's at least how I'm picking up on this. And then lastly, for this first row, we have the High Priestess. She's been following. Intuition, wisdom, and patience. Clarifying the cards now. Clarifying the 9 of Pentacles. We have the Emperor. I love this. Organization, leadership, and structure. Tell me this is not the coolest effing reading you've ever got, guys. Like, let me know. This is so powerful. And clarifying the King of Cups, we have the 2 of Cups. Partnership, commitment, reconciliation. This can also be doing all of this to yourself and your soul again, to the dream, to the vision. Or it could be love-based reading. Remember I said plug this into your situation as you see fit. Clarifying the Knight of Swords, we have the Knight of Wands. Yes! Confident, passionate, adventurous. See, there's passion with this movement. And lastly, clarifying the High Priestess. We have the 10 of Swords. Wow. Endings, recovery, and freedom. You have been, okay, so I'm going to share the message now. I might talk like I am the guide, the angel that's coming through to speak to you, okay? So, hold on, I'm just getting ready to dive into this. Okay. You have been on this journey of releasing this old version of you for such a long time. You've made such a ridiculous amount of progress. You have no idea how unbelievably proud of you we are. No idea. You have accomplished things that the version of you 2 to 3 years ago would have never thought would be happening today. You didn't think this was possible because of how much you used to doubt yourself. And here you are doing it anyways. You have come so ridiculously far because you kept believing in yourself and you kept showing up even when it was scary, even when it was hard. And I know that you're not exactly where you want to be. This is going to be a work in progress still, okay? But you need to understand that good things, the things that are worth it, it takes effing time. It takes time to show up and make your dreams a reality. And the reason why I say this, the reason why we tell you this, and we're telling you this now as your final message, is because you know this. You know that what you're trying to building requires patience. It requires a lot of dedication. It's going to pay off, okay? Everything that you've been doing is going to pay off for you. The thing that your heart's deepest desire has to do with, it's going to pay off for you, but you need to keep believing in yourself and let yourself not know everything as you keep like taking the risk. You don't need to be an expert in your field or in this field of stuff to, like, you don't need to know every single detail of what's going to unravel for you to handle it. You are going to be able to handle this more than you realize, but you need to keep believing that you can do it. You need to keep believing that you can do this for yourself, for the world around you, or forever else that's involved. Because we see that this does impact not just you, but some other people around you, but it's in the best way possible. But they're not going to be able to see the things that you've accomplished if you keep holding yourself back now. Believe that you can, and you're already halfway there. Keep believing in yourself. Keep believing in what you're capable of. And keep understanding that you have never been alone this entire time, or else you would have failed a long time ago. We wouldn't have let you get this far on this journey, in this belief, in this whole thing, if we weren't there. And the reason why we say this to you in the way that we're saying it is because we need you to put something into perspective. We understand that you weren't the most perfect human, okay? You've had your ups and downs in life. There's been selfish moments and there's been debilitating moments where you were self-sabotaging your own progress. But we needed you to go through those things to get you to where you're at right now. Because if it wasn't for those lessons and those experiences, you wouldn't have learned how to balance the mind and the heart and do it in a way where it's still a balancing act. It's still a juggling act. Yes, you're not perfect at it. Yes, we know that. But you're literally doing it. You have doing this process, doing this journey has kickstarted your success story, and you're so much closer than you realize. You are so much more closer. Yes, it's still going to take some time, but I feel that you know that this is exactly where you are meant to be. The work that you've done to get to where you're at is taking you exactly where you're meant to be. And remember that we have believed it in you since the very, very beginning. Very beginning, we've been here watching over you. You're not alone in this. Remember to keep showing up. Keep believing in yourself. Let yourself be the forever student with the masterful mindset. Lead, and you will continue to be led by us. We believe in you so much more than you realize. And don't let the anxieties take over when things don't always work in your way, because sometimes they won't, and that's fine. That's part of the growth, okay? When there is turbulence, when there's ups and downs, it's just part of the journey that's helping you step into this power, this version of you that you've been in the middle of becoming. Every little shakeup is helping you get better, evolved, and stronger, okay? Adaptable. You are divinely connected. Dear soul, please remember you never walk alone. You've never walked alone. This has been all done and created for your success story. But you need to keep believing in that. This is working in your favor, okay? And we love you so, so, so much.
Keep fighting. We know that you're exhausted, but this is where real things happen. You can do this. You're a lot stronger than you realize. Even when the doubt gets in the way, remember why you started. Because you're so freaking close. You're so freaking close, pile number 2. Now to end this, okay? We're gonna get some sliplets of paper out to close up, okay? Okay, so we have 3 sliplets of paper here. Let's read them. There we go. I love this. Let me make this focus. Chiron in the room. Your healing will never feel finished. Show up anyway. Your healing will never feel finished. Show up anyway. This is crazy. Your highest self keeps trying to speak through boredom. Listen there. Your higher self keeps trying to speak through boredom. Listen there. And lastly, something about this energy feels like a loop, repeating not because you're failing, but because your soul wants you to move through it differently this time. Something about this energy feels like a loop, repeating not because you're failing, but because your soul wants you to move through it differently this time. There you go, my loves. This is everything I have for you in reference to you're not who you are anymore, and this is who you're becoming. This is the reading. This was the topic. This is what led you to this video, I guess you can say. I feel so flipping honored that I got to do this reading for you. There were so many synchronicities, so many serendipitous moments here. Just a full circle moment. Insane. Absolutely mind-blowing. And I'm so grateful I got to show up, that Source chose me to be able to deliver this to you. I send you so flipping much unconditional love. If you ever need a reminder of where you're going and that you can do more than you realize, go in the comments. I got you, okay? I'll be your biggest fan right now if you need me to be, okay? Through the screen, through the energy, I'm sending you so much love and hugs. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you guys. You're doing amazing. Oh my God, you're doing amazing. I believe in you guys so, so, so much. If you really like this reading, if it resonated with you in any way, shape, or form, if you can engage with this video, it really helps show the algorithm like, hey, these readings are useful. Let's push them out to other people, okay? I really am trying to build this channel of like-minded individuals that want to heal and help this world heal, but it's only healed people that help heal this world, okay? So in order to do that, we got to create the ripple effect. So if you can hit that subscribe button, if you haven't joined the community yet, if you can hit the like button and comment or share, send it to somebody you think that could use this reading and they can pick their own pile. Do what you can do, loves, to help support this mission I have, okay? I send you guys so much unconditional love, and hopefully I'll see you in my next readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, where we're going to be organically and raw, completely uneditedly gather and your cards, I guess, for today's reading. Oh my God, that took way too long to just say. Okay. So the way we're going to be doing this, there are going to be some decks, some parts, some questions that we're going to be actually shuffling within the reading itself, which is going to have to do usually when we're going to be involving tarot. I did feel called to do that during the reading itself. So we're not going to be shuffling that in advance because there are going to be some tarot decks we're going to be reusing for different sections. So it would just make more sense to do it in the moment itself. But we are going to be gathering, preparing the oracle cards in advance. All right, my loves. So first off, we're going to be using my archetype deck and my box of emotions deck, and we're going to be gathering cards to see in the first section, specifically the version of you that is falling away. I don't know what's up with my voice. I don't know if you guys can tell there's a difference in my voice. I don't know what's going on. It feels a little bit deeper than usual. Felt like my throat was bugging me a little bit today, so maybe that could be it, but Sorry about that if you guys have been subscribed to me for a while. My voice just sounds different. Or am I just crazy? I don't know. I can't tell. Anyways, let us take a look and see what this version of you, who this version of you is that's falling away, okay? So what is the version of pile number 3 that's falling away, regardless of when they come across this reading, as this reading will find them when it is meant to? What is the version of pile number 3 that is falling away? What is the version of pile number 3 that's falling away? Okay, so we have 2 cards that came out. This one's upright. I don't know why this is like, okay, they're important, but I feel like they're separate energies. Like one could be like back of the deck. I don't really know. We're gonna have to see. All right. What is the version of pile number 3 that's falling away, regardless of when they come across this reading, as this reading will find them when it is meant to? What is the version of pile number 3 that's falling away? Okay, so we have 2 cards. See? Tell me that's not trippy. This one landed upright. This one landed face down. 2 different things. Wow. Okay, that's trippy, right? Or am I just tripped out? All right, back of the deck does want to come through here. Quite intrigued by that because we didn't get any back of the decks for pile 1 nor 2 for this part, because we are reusing these decks for a second question in the second section. Back of the deck is Queen, with light attributes being radiates the regal or regal feminine, uses her benevolent authority to protect others. Shadow attributes becomes arrogant when authority is challenged, controlling and demanding. So we're going to leave that out. This is going to be back of the deck energy. All right. So let's just place these to the side. Beautiful. And we're going to now move forward into the next section because, like I said, there's going to be a second question. We're going to look in the first section, but it's going to have to do with tarot. We're going to be doing that shuffling of it in the reading itself. So let's just move into the second section. And we're going to be looking at who you're in the middle of becoming. Okay, so who is pile number 3 in the middle of becoming? Who is pile number 3 in the middle of becoming? Regardless of when they come across this reading, who is pile number 3 in the middle of becoming? Okay, so we have 1 card coming out. Back of the deck does want to come through with this. It is disappointment. Okay, intrigued to see where that's going to take us. And then final deck to shuffle here. Who is pile number 3? Oh my gosh, that was an accident. Sorry, I got distracted. I was like getting ready to close my eyes because I shuffle things with my eyes closed. But then I noticed that there was a card peeking out, and I think I just lost balance in the way I was shuffling. These cards are pretty big, you know, so it's easy to mess up. Okay, so who is pile number 3 in the middle of becoming, regardless of when they come across this reading, as it will find them when it is meant to? Who is pile number 3 in the middle of becoming? So many cards are like shooting out for you guys. So we have Vampire, and then this one's face down. Back of the deck is Dilettante. Dilettante? Delights? Dilettante. I had never heard of that word. Delights in the arts without having to be a professional, alerts you to the danger of becoming superficial in your pursuits. Pretension to too much deeper knowledge than you actually possess. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. I'm very curious to see where this is going to take us, genuinely. Okay, so we have that prepared. Now we're going to move into the third section and see what this new version of you needs to fully come through. And this is where we're going to be using mostly all, mainly all, honestly just all, period, Oracle. All right, look at all the decks we're going to be shuffling right now. So let's get that ready. What does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? Okay, so dog and ring. What does this new version of pile number 3 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 3 need in order to fully come through? Okay, nothing wanted to come through within this deck, but back of the deck does want to be present here. So it is the Sahasrara Crown Chakra. With light of the universe, I received the universal light and radiate it to the world. Quite curious to see where this is going to take us. Wow, I just realized another card shot out all the way over there. So there's a lot of cards coming out with the Malefique Lenormand. What does this new version of pile number... Let me fix this. It's going to bother me. Okay. What does this new version of pile number 3 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 3 need in order to fully come through? What does this new version of pile number 3 need in order to fully come through, regardless of when they come across this reading? It's like I had to say regardless of when they come across it, and then pew pew pew. Or I don't know, I didn't really pay much attention. This did land in reverse, but I'm gonna do my little thingy when I can't tell if it's in reverse or not. 5, 4, I have my eyes closed. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's in reverse. All right. So is this one also in reversed? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know. I feel like this wants to have like reversal and upright meaning. So I'm going to keep it sideways to remind myself of that. All right. All right. Let's keep going. What does this new version of pile number 3 need in order to fully come through, regardless of when pile 3 comes across this reading? What does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? One more shuffle. Okay. Back of the deck does want to come through here. It is the Weavers with the number 18. Fate, manifestation, and decisions. And immediately the number 18 is reminding me of the major arcana card, the Moon. So there's something here about subconscious illusions. Like it's easy to, because it's subconscious, it's easy to kind of fade into old narratives rather than the dream part, the part where you're envisioning things for yourself. And you can do that with your subconscious. That's the power of manifestation, right? So something there's like ringing in my head about that, just to keep in mind. Okay. I'm going to leave these cards separate so I don't like get them mixed up, okay? Or accidentally make it upright because I obsess over making things look straight. All right, let's keep shuffling. 2 more decks here. What does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? Regardless of when pile number 3 came across or comes across this reading, what does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? One more shuffle. What does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? Okay. 3. And then last deck here. What does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through. Regardless of when pile 3 comes across this reading, what does this new version of pile number 3 need to fully come through? Okay, back of the deck does want to come through here. It is the soul's longing. What parts of yourself have you neglected? Your soul is calling for deeper connection. Okay. All right, guys. So, sorry, I'm just going to organize it based off of size because that's going to bother me. Beautiful. All right, so we got all the cards set up for this part of your reading. Now we're just gonna shuffle my final deck of cards for your final messages from Source, your higher self, or whatever wants to come through in this moment. And we're using a new deck I just purchased recently, which is called the Guardian Angel Tarot deck. I don't know why I want to do reversals. Why do I want to do reversals? I'm gonna take it, okay? Because normally, like this deck, I don't think it's meant to have reversals, but there's got to be a reason why I just was about to shuffle like I'm doing reversals. So what is the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading from, regardless of when they come across it? Whatever chooses to come through. For final messages for pile number 3, I welcome you here now in this moment. What are the final messages meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading from, regardless of when they hear it, find it, or this video finds them? What is the final message meant for pile number 3? What is the final message meant for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck here is the 7 of Swords in reverse. Okay, and it says, if it was upright, awareness, caution, and consequences, but the 7 of Swords in reverse. Underneath it, we have the 7 of Cups upright, choices, overanalyzing, procrastination. Okay, I'm already intrigued. I already feel like I know where this is, not know where it's going, but I know what the message is going to be pointing towards, or I have a feeling. Okay, so we got... See how everything goes face down, but this is the significator card. It's got to be because it's upright. 4 of Cups. Cool. All right, light loves. So we got everything ready to dive into your reading. So with that being said, I'm going to meet you at the reading portion of this video, okay? I'll see you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the root chakra card from my Oracle of Ascendance deck, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you, in reference to acknowledging that you're not who you were or used to be, and here's who you're becoming. Okay, that's the topic that would have led you to coming into this reading, okay? With your energies, my love, or your energy in particular, there's nerves here, okay? I'm like really trying to tap into the energy frequency for you guys right now just by analyzing, studying, or having my eyes closed right now as I'm talking. And I just feel a lot of anxiety and nerves. I feel some weight on my chest a little bit. I feel like I'm going to start sweating and it's a little chilly in my basement right now. So there's this feeling here of paranoia, anxiety, but also wanting to trust the F out of this situation you're in. And who you're in the middle of becoming has to do with somebody or a version of you that can handle what's to come up. I don't know if you doubt your ability to handle it. There's something there here about that, what I just shared. So we're going to see where this takes us. Before we dive in to the questions and everything and the specifics, I wanted to read from the booklet some information on your card. I know what the root chakra is, but I want to see specifically, like I haven't really dived into the booklet
often, and I want to see if there's any specific messages connected to this card that could help us gather more information for your reading today, my loves, that is specifically meant for you. So let us go into that together. All right. So yes, the root chakra, also called Muladhara, is the first of the 7 main chakras, typically located at the base of the spine/pubic bone. This chakra governs survival or primal instinct and safety, fight or flight response, and is the chakra of groundedness or the earth tether. It's also the center of manifestation, yes. It vibrates to the colors red, brown, and black. Associated gemstones include garnet, smoky quartz, obsidian, onyx, and black tourmaline. When this card appears, you're asked to meditate upon the energies of this chakra in order to heal and bring grounded resolve to your current situation. Do you feel a lot of anxiety, fear, frustration, and insecurity? If so, this chakra is most likely out of balance and in need of a realignment. You're being asked to focus on rebalancing this energy center to help resolve issues surrounding your situation. Okay, honestly, I like that I read this because it's saying that when you get this card, there is an imbalance here, okay, with this energy of with this specific energy center. So I'm gonna, well, okay. One thing I really want to point out with what we just read, my loves, yes, this is the center of manifestation. And the way that I look at chakras and the chakra system in particular, the way that I work with clients about it, it's inspired off of Eastern Body, Western Mind, or I think it's like that by Anodia Judith. There are 2 currents of frequency that moves through the chakra system. And one is the current of manifestation and one is the current of, I believe, freedom or enlightenment or something like that. The current of manifestation goes into the root chakra. So it starts from the top and then goes down in. And I love the representation of that current of manifestation because yes, we need this root. The root chakra is like so flipping essential, like the energy, the whole psychology of it in itself, whether you believe in chakras or not, my loves. It talks about how fear can literally control every aspect of you if you let it. And that is the shadow side of this chakra. Fear is the biggest thing that impacts this chakra as a whole, fear. So fear, though, branches out into so many different things. It can categorize it, it can split itself into so many different forms. And we can leak fear in all areas of our lives if we're not careful, which is why this is such an essential, like, symbolic thing here. You know what I mean? And I'm only saying symbolic in case people don't believe in this stuff. So what I'm trying to say is, since there is this idea, and it brought it up in the booklet, manifestation, I feel like that word's going to be important because when we were preparing your pile, if you look in the timestamps, you'll see pile preparation for pile 3. In there, when I was shuffling and organically gathering the cards, we got a card that was talking about manifestation, and I was talking about it a lot. So it kind of is like reminding me of that, and it's affirming to me that this is definitely about trying to get something, reach something, attain something for yourself, but there is a fear stopping you, blocking you, or there's just some anxieties, okay? And that's normal, but we're going to be seeing what in particular these things are because we're going to be looking next at the version of you that's falling away. That's what we're going to be looking at next, and that's in the first section, okay? So we already got the cards prepped for this question, and we have a back of the deck energy that wanted to come through. And it is Queen, with light attributes being radiates the regal feminine, uses her benevolent authority to protect others. Shadow attributes becomes arrogant when authority is challenged, controlling and demanding. So right off the bat, this is giving me, okay, normally when I look at back of the deck energies, and the only reasons why it's not on the deck itself is because I reuse that deck for the next question. Okay, does that make sense? So, or for another question that we're going to be moving towards in the second section. So right off the bat though, I'm looking how these 2 reds are matching, and it's giving me an idea of ego trying to protect you. Like ego is queen right now, for your body, for your mental capacity, for your thought processes right now. your mental load, it's all being challenged or fed off your ego, okay? The ego. And your ego isn't a bad thing. It doesn't make you like excessively prideful, okay? A lot of people misunderstand ego as like when someone says egotistical, they're so full of themselves. But sometimes the ego, it's a thing that we need to have a human experience, right? I always talk about that on this channel. If you guys are subscribed, like you guys have heard me literally preach this and it's so many different pick of cards. But when it comes to ego and why it's important and why it's beneficial, it's the thing that helps us decide between what we like and what we dislike, okay? It's the thing that tries to help us avoid pain and find pleasurable experiences. The only thing though with it is that sometimes the ego gets too protective to a default where it will literally hold us back from the very things that we're meant to step out of our comfort zones about to reach the thing we want. So it can be kind of counterintuitive to us sometimes. And it doesn't understand that because it's so primitive. The ego was built when our brain started evolution and had a spinal cord developed, had the amygdala developed, and the amygdala is one of the more prehistoric parts of our brain because that was the thing that helps us stay alive back then during prehistoric times. So the queen, it's like reminding me of like medieval times, and that's past like historical energy. So for some reason, like I'm thinking like this isn't your back of the deck as in this is your current frequency, but this is your ego's frequency right now. And it has to do with this version of you that's falling away. So keep that in mind. I'll keep it in mind. You'll keep it in mind. Let's keep going. Okay, so the way that these cards landed, we ended up having two piles of cards that landed on each other here. And like, I know that they were meant for each other because one was like upright and the other one was face down. And I was like, okay, like these are separate. So let's see. The version of you that's falling away. Maybe this can mean that these things are meant to be combined, or they're two separate versions of you that's falling away, or you're meant to resonate with one more than the other, and the other is meant for somebody else that came across this video. Okay, my loves? So just make sure as we move forward, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, I encourage you to use this reading as an opportunity to develop more self-trust within your own inner knowing. Things are going to align and things won't. And you have to use your own personal discernment, my love, to determine those things. All right? Sometimes you might even feel little internal pings when things don't exactly resonate, but you feel like you should write them down, then do it, you know? This is how you develop more self-trust. And this is where, you know, you're not meant to feel the most comfortable doing things all the time. And, you know, this is the little challenge here, my loves, okay? So I do lovingly invite you to try that out as we continue forward. Okay, so first up, we had the version of you that's falling away. We have the student with the light attributes being humility and devotion to knowledge, openness to lifelong learning. Shadow attributes, arrogance in the pursuit of destructive knowledge, unwillingness to translate knowledge into action. And then we have it paired with envy. Interesting. So most cultures have their traditions of the evil eye, a gaze motivated by envy, which poisons, curses, or brings misfortune. Jealousy, which is above all a fear of losing a loved one to another, is often credited with some romantic appeal. The same cannot be said of envy. Envy is feared not only because it gives rise to a greedy desire to steal the admired object, but because it is destructive and left to fester. It turns to hatred and maliciousness. But could there be something of value in the impulse to want what others have? Those who live in the Pacific atoll of the Ifaluk speak of song, the anger caused when someone fails to share properly, and consider it a perfectly reasonable response. Since the mid-1990s, neuroscientists have argued that our emotions underpin even our most rational ideas, helping us weigh up our choices. Sometimes the belief that others have it better than we do is a mere trick of the light, but many have an awful lot less than they deserve. A twinge of envy might just be an emotional antenna alerting you to some disparity or inequality not too far away. Whether you decide to respond with destructive fury or something a little more creative is, of course, up to you. Okay. Yes, envy does have to do with the evil eye. Okay, that's interesting. So we'll keep that in mind. Now let's look at the next one. So the next pairing for the version of you that's falling away, I want to make sure you guys can see this. Sorry if that's blocking. Okay. Is enjoyment, ecstasy, excitement, desire, glee, surprise, and linux. I don't know what that word is though. And it is with warrior, light attributes, strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will, heroism, stoicism, and self-sacrifice in conquering the ego. Shadow attributes, trading ethical principles for victory at any cost, indifference to the suffering inflicted on others. Okay. Sorry, that's going to bother me. Ease, enjoyment, envy. E, the letter E may be of significance here. Era, well, ego. I'm thinking ego, era. What other words want to come through that are ease? I honestly think it's just that. Okay. I'm like trying to see if there's any other words that want to come through. I know like there's other words that start with E, but I'm thinking about channel wise. Okay. We're going to be using my Wild Unknown Tarot deck really quick because I want to get more clarity if these things are connected or not. So I'm going to get a yes or no. Are these two things connected? And that was very quick, but let's go with it. Temperance. Okay, yeah, see, like it's giving me the answer that whoever chooses this pile, for some people, this is connected, two things, in terms of a version of you that's falling away. These two feed into each other. And then for others, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so with this to keep in mind, the version of you that's falling away, I'm going to kind of go into this in different things that I'm seeing, because like I said, with temperance coming through as the yes or no question I asked, it's telling us that it depends on you solely. So I'm going to give different things that I'm seeing, and you will just kind of follow along, choose a thing that resonates. Okay, my love. So one thing that I'm seeing in terms of the version of you that's falling away, this has to do with a version of you that has always strived to be better to the point where it would kind of lead you to neglecting different areas of your life just to constantly stay on the top of something. Like I'm literally picturing like a scoreboard or like a leaderboard and you're like in it, but you don't want to ever lose your title of that high score, I guess you can say. So it's like you feel like you're on like a race, a rat race basically, nonstop, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting, but satisfying at the same time. It feels like a guilty pleasure. Like I don't know why I'm hearing guilty pleasure, because in a way it's like, let's say you're trying to get a promotion. That's understandable, but like when will it stop? Like let's say you got the promotion, but then you still feel like it's not enough. That can become a rat race, right? Because it's like it's an eternal race, a never-ending race, just to constantly be better. And capitalism, that's it for you. So that's one thing I'm seeing. And then on top of that, another thing that I'm also seeing is this desire to always be the best, always, like trump people, top people in their own game. It could be in terms of like credentials, and there's this idea here of wanting to believe that you have it better or you're doing more, and like there's this idea of superiority here a little bit. Like you had to go through a lot to get to where you're at, so you feel like you have more skill than others. Like that could be another thing in terms of a version of you that's falling away. But let me see if I can get even more information, because I feel like some of like these things are separate entities as well. But what about them combined? I feel like I kind of shared what I saw in combination. Like somebody who's just trying to constantly be the best. Like there's idea of perfectionism here. And on top of that, that is root chakra wounds, by the way, like, and a need to constantly be in control and know that you're the best no matter what. So you won't stop because you fear that if you do, then you're going to screw something up for yourself. That is fear controlling you and you're not controlling it. Let's see if I can get some more information on this though. For pile number 3, the version of them that's falling away. So you have the High Priestess. You already know what this is. You already know what this is because you have been trying, like you've acknowledged it, but you don't really do anything about it. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. We have the Knight of Cups in the back. Sorry, I'm just scratching myself. Knight of Cups. And then underneath that we have the Six of Wands. You are a big dreamer. You really want to go accomplish something, but it's like, are you doing it in a way that's smart, in a way that will actually be like, are you avoiding getting started? Are you like, this is a version of you that could be avoiding getting started because they want to keep being better. That's another thing that's coming through. We have the Ten of Pentacles, the Hermit, the Lover's card, and the Ten of Swords. Okay, that's some intense energy. So the version of you that's falling away is a version of you that always thought or keeps thinking that they aren't doing enough, that they're not showing up enough, and that they're not skilled enough, that they're not worthy enough, that they're not qualified enough in some way to start something, to do something. This is a perfectionist at like aggressive perfectionist at that. You're always worried that you could be doing more. When in reality, like, you're not meant to have everything perfect in order to get started. It's just the fear of like what would happen. Let me see if I could I want to clarify or get a clarity card on the Hermit and the Lovers. Can you give me a clarifier on the Hermit, please, Source? Clarify the Hermit for me, please. Okay, so we have the Five of Pentacles in reverse. And can you clarify the Lover's card? Okay. We have the Ten of Wands. Wow, yes. You really want to be the best. And sideways, we have Judgment. All right, so the version of you that's falling away is the version of you that kept thinking you aren't doing enough, okay, to get to some sort of goal. This is a version of you that was fairly new. You know, you're still fairly new to this journey, whatever this is that you're trying to build, but you have enough resources now to like get started on something, but it's still a work in progress. Like, it feels like this version of you that's falling away, pile number 3, it does a lot of self-comparison. It does a lot of comparison of other people's successes, whether determining or trying to figure out if you're doing enough, if you are enough, if there is enough to get somewhere. Like, maybe that could be, is enough money? Is there enough energy? Is there enough time in my day? There's so much like overthinking that happens here with this version of you that's falling away, that's leaving. And you can feel it. You can sense that this is starting to leave, and it's been leaving for a while now, but pretty slowly. It's been a slow pace because you're still on a journey of like, I guess, healing that wound. There's a wound, I don't know if there's a fear of the responsibility that's going to be required to begin this, because this is going to be a lot of busyness in your life. Like, when this thing starts, this is going to be very busy. It's going to be very fast, very quick moving. And, you know, it's going to be hard for you to turn off. What I mean by that is like, oh, sorry, my cards. What I mean by that, pile number 3, in terms of like turning off, you're always going to feel like switched on, because after you get started on whatever this is, because this is a situation, and you do it, this version of you that's falling away, I still feel like is going to be there. It's still trying to fall away, but it's going to get triggered again when you start, like even harder than how you feel it now, because this is a version of you that you've been in much longer than the version of you you're trying to step into now. You know, this is something that's been with you for years, and it has a lot to do with fear of failure, and also fear of success. It's crazy, the dichotomy I keep feeling here. So let's now keep going, my loves, and we're gonna see where you're still holding on to this version of you, okay? And this version of you, it's helping you. It's helping you be smart, right? By not letting you get ahead of yourself, but it also does hold you back at the same time, because it makes you doubt yourself, second guess yourself a lot, your credibility a lot, whether you're qualified to do something a lot or you're just worthy. Because this doesn't have to be about career. This could be about it could be about love. It could be about whether you believe you're worthy for a serious relationship or not, or marriage, but you feel like you're still not ready for that and you're afraid to take the next serious step, a serious commitment of some kind. There's so many different ways that we can look at this, but at the end of the day, it all leads back to having like a lack of belief in oneself to handle these things. And you can handle it, but let's see where you're still holding on to this. And this is where we're going to be getting my other tarot deck and take a look. My Light Seers tarot deck and see. So where is pile number 3 still holding on to this version of them that's falling away? Where is pile number 3 still holding on to this version of them? Where is pile number 3 still holding on to this version of them? Okay, back of the deck here is the World card. Underneath it, we have the Tower. Okay. So you've been out of the woods. This is a metaphor. You've been out of the woods for a while, but at the same time, not that you've just been out of the woods for, like, what I mean by this is the spiral. You're out of the entrapment that this ego has had on you. But because you're out of it, you woke up. Waking up isn't fun. It doesn't feel good, but it also feels like you have finally woken up to a point or risen to a point where you're like, I'm not going to let myself be that way again moving forward. Like you acknowledged it enough now to the point where it can't be here anymore. It feels kind of like you're forced to, whether it feels forceful or not, this is a moment where you're kind of being forced to like let go of this part of you. Or like if you don't want to give up, if you don't want there to be failure of any kind, and I don't like that term, but I just can't think of a better word right now. If you don't want to fail, then you have to do it. If you don't want to fail, then you have to let this go. Like I just kind of feel like this is kind of like an ultimatum in a way where you don't really have a choice but to let this part of you go because it can't come with you in this next chapter. You might be feeling that heavily. You know, maybe you came across this reading for a desire for reassurance to know if you are letting it go properly. But where you're still holding on to it. Okay, so we literally got the Lovers in reverse. We have a card that fell on the floor. It's the Six of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. I want to place this here. What's this card? Okay, so we have the King of Wands, the Five of Wands, the Six of Pentacles in reverse, the Two of Swords, and the Lovers in reverse. And I wasn't taking reversals, but the cards kept landing upside down. So it's interesting, right? We just had the Lovers upright. But it was when it was talking about what this version of you that's falling away does, and it kind of holds you back from following. So where you're still holding on to it, you're still holding on to it in the term of ego, okay? You're still holding on to it in the term of like arrogancy sometimes. There's this energy of somebody, you know, it could be the energy that I'm tapping into is you, my loves, where you... If someone doubts, it's not that they doubt you, but you see it as doubt. I feel like when there's like people involved here or like just strangers, like someone, like when you share an idea or something and someone asks you a question or like the way that they word it, like there's something here where your brain interprets it as like a threat or like someone doubting you or like like as a threat. Like your brain interprets it as a threat. And that's how you know this version of you that's falling away, like you still hold on to it because you still believe the narrative that the ego tries to feed you, like, oh, they're threatening you, like the threat here, not they're threatening you, but the threat here is that they're saying that you're not good enough. And then you get mad and you're like, well, did you actually know like everything I did to get here? And there's this idea of like needing to prove yourself. And it's like it's like you think that you're in control of your path because you're still trying to like work towards something. I don't know what that something is. Let me know in the comment section down below, my loves, if you picked pile number 3 and like what's the story going on here, or what the situation is. But it's like so in this situation, you're trying to always take your power back or be in control, be empowered, and you're trying to do the journey. But at the same time, it feels like people will like poke your buttons, not like they're intentionally trying to, it's just misread that way. And because of the filter that because of the filter that you wear in which you experience things and absorb information, your filter holds a lot of past pains and like traumas, like fear of success, fear of failure, fear of not being enough. And it interprets things through that filter so it can distort what was actually like what the real true intention behind what the person was trying to say was. And in your mind, you'll see it as like a threat. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So where you're still holding on to this version of you that's falling away is in that. Like, you have to remember that these people want the best for you, or at least the people that I'm picking up on. It could be loved ones that have like give you like a healthy criticism, but it just, you can't take it that way just yet because this version of you that's falling away is still very sensitive to it. This is a vulnerable journey, okay? Like, I want to be very clear. This feels like extremely heart-led, and anything heart-led, it's already hard to follow your heart as it is. So it's like when you feel like other people are questioning things, it's easy for the ego to be very on guard and to take things out of context easily because it wants to be protected and safe. It's trying to keep you protected and safe, and itself really protected and safe. So it can blind us to really seeing what's actually being said and that there's actual love and care here. Another thing that I'm also picking up on is like when there's actual haters, I don't like that word, but people that just judge and criticize just because they want to. If this is like a social media thing, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't going to resonate with everybody, but the idea that I'm also hearing is like when you take things personal that have nothing to do with you, this is where you're still holding on to this version of you that's falling away. When you take things personal that actually have nothing to do with you. And what that means is like when someone's criticizing you, you got to remember, like, that's just you getting an opportunity in a way to see the demons that they deal with on their own. Like, they're just projecting how they feel, or they got triggered in something you do because they themselves have a fear of doing it. You know what I mean? So that's another thing. People that have fear of like doing something, they'll usually judge others on doing it just because they can't do it themselves. It's a them problem, not a you problem, but your brain keeps interpreting it as like take it personal because you might have been bullied a lot growing up, or like you could have been in a situation where it just didn't really feel safe psychologically at home, wherever you were raised. You never felt like you got to be fully you. You've always had to be better than who you are naturally. And so you might feel like a lot of other people judge you or see you in that same way that people in your upbringing judged you as. Does that make sense? But that is what I'm seeing in reference to where you're still holding on to it. So let us now see who you're in the middle of becoming now, though. So we're going to get these cards out of the way, my loves, because we're going to be using the tarot again in this section. And we're going to be getting more archetype cards. I'm just going to reset the energy. And I'm going to move these cards out of the camera frame, but I'm still able to see it on my table, okay? This is just so we have space for the next cards. All right, so I'm going to leave this here until I need to move it. All right, so for back of the deck, for who you're in the middle of becoming, you have dilettante with light attributes, delights in the art without having to be a professional, alerts you to the danger of becoming superficial in your pursuits. Shadow attribute, pretension to much deeper knowledge than you actually possess. Okay. The next and final back of the deck energy that came through for you, my loves, is disappointment. Disappointment, meaning to be deprived of an appointment, to be dispossessed, has a long history of making trouble. But in the early 20th century, psychologists began to argue that it could be crucial for healthy mental development. Sigmund Freud spoke of narcissistic wounds, the painful assaults of our sense of identity when fantasies are punctured.
The psychoanalytic story of disappointment is ultimately optimistic, but when we suffer the painful loss of an idealized self-image, what's left isn't necessarily the truth, but emptiness and confusion. As Wordsworth put it in The Preludes, a sense of treachery and desertion in the place, the holiest that I knew of my own soul. So basically, this is where I really like, I kind of skipped over it a little bit because I already read this card before. But as the psychoanalyst Melanie Klein put it, to move forward and develop authentic relationships, everyone must come to the aching realization that no really ideal part of the self exists. So there's this idea of like, in this card in particular, wanting, it is easy to go to disappointment or feel disappointed in yourself if you have such ridiculously high standards on how you want to show up, on how credible or skilled you want to be before you get started. And look at that, when you do that, you sabotage yourself before you even begin because you're stalling so long for that need of perfectionism. But here's the thing, my love, is not everyone's going to love you, accept you, welcome you in. And if you are doing that to feed or like nourish other people's like viewpoints of you, then you're never going to win or feel like you're in control ever. So continuing forward though, we had a significator card, I believe, that wanted to come through, and then these two pairs. So we got, oh no, this just wanted to be on its own, I think. We have vampire, light attribute, makes you aware that someone or something is draining your life force. Shadow attributes, depleting others for your psychic survival, chronic complaining and codependency, makes you aware that someone or something is draining your life force. I like this. And I want to cover the shadow because I really feel more drawn to the light here. We also have delight. The hands clap, the eyes sparkle, the lips tangle into a smile. Delight is a moment of fleshy abandon and almost spiritual transcendence. In many cultures, gardens have credited with bringing forth its raptures. In 15th century Islamic art, the delights of paradise are depicted as jewel-like gardens. Delight was one of the four essential feelings out of which all complex emotions grew. The others were pleasure, pain, and uneasiness. Delight comes from the Latin delectate, to allure, to charm, to entice away, and Locke described it as a kind of shimmering seduction. It was, he said, that intangible thing which caused a person to say they love something, as in, I love the apple tree, or I love the sky. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the change of spelling during the 16th century from the older delight to the modern delight was the result of an accident, but as is so often the case, the mistake captures the essence of the thing. Luminosity and weightlessness seem to be at the heart of delight, which most of all makes one feel like flying. I love this. I love this, and I love this symbolism with what we're going to share right now. And the card that goes along with it is Companion. Light attributes, loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness. Shadow attributes, betrayal by misusing confidences, loss of personal identity, which I think you're actually like releasing and you're embodying more of this now. So I'll explain though. I think it's really cool. Queen is back of the deck, but I'm going to move her because I don't want to confuse anything or anyone. We're going to use this tarot deck soon, but I want to get my Wild and Gnome tarot deck out here. So give me more information here for pile number 3 regarding who they're in the middle of becoming. Give me more information here regarding pile 3 and who they're in the middle of becoming, regardless of when they come across this reading. It just feels like this deck is like fighting me, like as I shuffle. And this deck is like one of the easier decks I have to shuffle. Back of the deck here again is the Nine of Pentacles. That came out in the first section when I used this deck, so very curious by that. And we also have the Empress and the Six of Wands again. How beautiful is that? So who you're in the middle of becoming, you have been working on becoming this version of you for a while now. I think Source really wants to validate that. And secondly, you're also very much in the middle of becoming somebody who is okay about what other people think. You know, like you don't care about
what anyone has to say, because what matters is how you feel, you know, about yourself. That's really beautiful stuff. Does this card want to be in reverse? 5, 4, 3, 2, one more, 1. Okay, upright. So, let me see this, hold on. I'm gonna do it like blindly. I like feel like I'm overthinking things with you guys, and I didn't do that with any of the piles. So it's like your energy is very, it's not unwavering just yet. You know, like this stuff that you've been working on, it's still very easy to sway back to old ways, you know, and it just feels like you're fresh in it. You just started trying to release this for a while, or you have more awareness of it now than you ever did before when you try to release it. Okay, so first up, we have the 7 of Cups, the Hanged Man, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Magician. These are such different contrasting energies with the 7 of Cups and the Hanged Man to the Ace of Pentacles and the Magician. This is like action, oh, like we're doing this. And then this is like stagnancy. Do I stay here? Do I keep believing this illusion? Do I keep feeding this cycle? You're waking up to that. Who you're in the middle of becoming, my love, has a lot to do with just accepting yourself as you are, accepting the gifts and the things that you got to bring to the table, that you get to bring to the table, whether it's in career, profession, projects, school, or in a love situation. Like you are accepting who you are, what you have to bring. And you're accepting your skills. You're accepting that you're not perfect, but that's the beauty of you and the beauty of being able to participate in something with you, because you're learning just as much as them. And I feel like that when you know that you're not above or below somebody, you are on equal plane with them. I think that is more beautiful and like safe feeling to others than it is to feel like you always have to be the best, you know, or you're not good enough. Like that feeling to remember that we're all equals in this collective, that is more powerful than trying to be the best at everything. And who you're in the middle of becoming is somebody that finally is okay with that. You know, you are okay with not being perfect, because you know that literally in this freaking world, there's no such thing as a perfect human being. No matter how hard they're going to try to show it to you, it's fake shit, bro. And you are accepting that you don't need to be anything that you're not just to appeal to certain audiences or people or expectations. That doesn't have anything to do with what you actually want. That doesn't bring any emotional fulfillment. That feels like you have to fake or be something you're not. Like you're not doing that anymore. Who you're in the middle of becoming is somebody that is going to just do the thing, not be scared of the repercussions, because they know that they can handle themselves. They're adaptable enough. You have the skill enough to handle it, because if you look back on your life and how far you've come to where you're at now, most of that shit you did on your own, dude. And what I mean by on your own, a lot of people I'm actually hearing, I don't know why for this pile in particular, I'm hearing, it wasn't really me or just me. No, pile number 3, shut up lovingly. Because if any of you guys are thinking that, like, please understand, people come into your life to be mirrors, to be opportunities to help you get better glimpse of your inner world. They aren't making you do anything, okay? People can inspire us or be part of the reason, a percentage of why we do the work we do. But that's why they came into our life. You know what I mean? Like, I really do believe everything happens for a reason. Sorry if you guys don't believe in that. You might want to leave this video while you still can. But it's like, you're putting too much, like, I don't know. This has a lot to do with trauma. I know that it does, because no single person could be this hard on themselves without having to been brainwashed in some way, shape, or form growing up where they thought they weren't good enough already. No one's just this hard on themselves just because. We don't just come out of the womb and we're like, I'm going to hate on myself so ridiculously hard, despise myself if I'm not this level of perfection each day, or I am a failure and I don't deserve anything good. Like, we're not doing that unless
something happened where we felt that developmental pressure from a young age. Okay? So who you're in the middle of becoming, though, is somebody that is going to be able to take it, not care. Just keep doing you, regardless of what anyone thinks, and not let other people's thoughts take that much control and power over your actions and how you show up in your day-to-day life, because I feel like there has been moments where you would literally need days to like recuperate from something before you can start believing in yourself again or like continue on with something. This is like actually kind of reminding me of someone who's like going through a weight loss journey. That's another thing that's coming through right now, like somebody who's trying to lose weight but like people doubt them or they're teasing them, and like every little comment that's made, it triggers them so much where they'll relapse, you know, and then they want to start over. Like I feel like consistency is going to be so beautiful here, because I really see the version of you that you're becoming. You're not taking any shit anymore, and you're not letting anyone's judgments have that much control over you. It's beautiful, and you're going to be able to catch it. You're going to be able to notice it, and it's not even going to phase you anymore. You're going to be okay being you, and you're going to have a friend in you now because you're befriending yourself in ways that you've never had before. So with that as well, my loves, let us now see, and that's where you're going to start manifesting big time. This is where we reverse the wounds that hold the root chakra down. Let us now see where this version of you is naturally leading you towards. So where is this version of pile number 3 naturally leading them? Like as you continue embodying it and allowing it to come through, that you're in the middle of becoming, where is this version of pile number 3 naturally leading them? Where is this version of pile number 3 naturally leading them? Okay, one more shuffle. Where is this version of pile number 3? Naturally leading them, regardless of when they come across this reading. Okay. So we have the 10 of Wands and the 5 of Wands. And the back of the deck is the Ace of Wands. Underneath it, we have the 8 of Pentacles. Okay. Yeah, that's where it stops. Okay. Well, first off, what I want to say, this version of you that you're in the middle of becoming, it's naturally leading you towards a place where you're going to start like acknowledging how you've been carrying things and how much it hurt. The expectations, the assumption, the pressure that you put on yourself to perform and like show up in a certain way, that's not gonna be here anymore, because you're gonna now fight it instead of just let it be, because that burden was so hard to carry and it was exhausting. And this is gonna help relight a lot of fire to the flame, an area of your life that you've been kind of slaving towards like nonstop. That's what I'm feeling. And I want to see if I can get a clarifier for each card. So can you clarify the 10 of Wands for me, please? We have the Knight of Cups. Back of the deck there is the Lovers upright. Yeah, so like I said, it's not like you were trying to just like stall or mess up your goals, pile number 3. It's just that you kept thinking you need to be like so set and like in control and like have all the boxes checked off before you start the thing or do it. And you can still check those boxes off and still do it anyways, because that's the real point of like life, you know, not being perfect, because then we're going to be stalling on our own personal emotional fulfillment, you know, and no one needs that. No one wants that. Let's clarify the 5 of Wands, please, too. For pile number 3, can we clarify the 5 of Wands, please? I feel like this is about like winning. You know what I mean? Because I'm like studying the 5 of Wands card here more while I was shuffling. We got the Lovers again as the back of the deck energy, but the World card is behind it. Wow.
I love this. It's so funny. It just keeps going back. Lovers is like your literal card of the day, I feel like. The Five of Wands being clarified by the Four of Wands. Again, it's so interesting that it came out because while I was studying this card, normally the Five of Wands is about fighting, right? And it's like tension, ego clashing. But here I actually feel like the things that try to like pull you down aren't going to be able to have that power over you anymore. You're going to rise and you're going to be able to get the things you want with more ease because you're not letting other people be louder than your heart or your truth or what you know you've done to get to where you are that makes you credible. You know what I mean? Or worthy enough of it. You need to be more straight up and honest with yourself, pile number 3. This version of you, it's leading you to doing that, but I feel like I just want to share that. Like, you need to be more honest with yourself. Like, come on. You have actually accomplished so much, but you still aren't giving yourself any credit for it or enough praise because you keep thinking it's not enough. And not a lot of people, you got to remember, there are people that aren't doing as much as you've done or just don't have the same serious energy around this situation than you do. Like, they're not taking it as seriously as you are. That's how you already know you're going to win. That's how you already know you're going to succeed, you know? And you don't need to be perfectly on point and have all the things, like I said, prepped in advance before you take the step. Here, you're not letting anyone's assumptions or thoughts or opinions hold you down. You're not letting your own thoughts and opinions from the ego that's just there trying to help you survive hold you down, because remember, the ego, sometimes it'll keep us stuck when humans are meant to expand and grow. Our brain's ever evolving. It's literally evolving as we speak, every second of every day. Evolution is the way, and that's going to help you find a home inside yourself in a way where you're going to work with you and not against you anymore, you know? And that is so beautiful. That is so, so, so beautiful. Love this for you. So, okay, with that, my loves, we're now going to be looking at what this new version of you needs to fully come through. This is going to be the final section before we go into your final messages from Source, your higher self, and whatever else wanted to come through. So we're going to be clearing up this table because we have a lot of oracle cards here. I'm just resetting the energy. All right. Gonna move this to the side. We're gonna clear this up. Sorry, I was just trying to make sure none of these are in reverse. It's gonna bother me. All right. And we're gonna slide her to the side here. Okay. So what this new version of you needs to fully come through. We get a lot of cards for this part. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And we have back of the deck energy, so let's look at those first. So for the first back of the deck energy you receive from my Chakra Wisdom deck is the Crown Chakra with the word light of the universe. I receive the universal light and radiate it to the world. I receive the universal light and radiate it to the world. The other back of the deck energy you receive from my Celtic Spirit deck is the Weavers with the number 18. And 18 reminded me of the Major Arcana Moon with fate, manifestation, and decisions. And then the final back of the deck energy you received here for my Embracing Your Shadows deck is the soul's longing. What parts of yourself have you neglected? Your soul is calling for deeper connection. Exactly. Okay. So with these cards, we did get one card that wanted to come sideways. And so I saw that as the upright and the reverse meaning of this card wanting to come through. So we're going to be using booklets to get interpretations for some of these cards, using my Malefic Lenormand card booklet and then my Citadel deck booklet. So first up for the sideways card, you have the Masquerari or Rari, hiding your true self and projection. So I'm going to be reading the upright and the reverse message for this card. For what this new version of you needs to fully come through. Next up, we have, I'm trying to decide which one wants to come through. We have this one. We have another reverse card with the Spy Master, knowledge and distrust in reverse. I feel called to do it like this, but then you can't see the message. Maybe leave it like that. Next up, we have breaking karmic cycles, recognize repeating patterns, and take action to break generational wounds. Then we have strength and vulnerability. True courage is allowing yourself to be seen even in your most raw state. I want to do this. I feel like I want to place some of these in the middle. For Malefic card, we have dog with the number 18. So 18 is coming through twice. And then we have ring with the number 25. And then for essential oil card, sorry if this is like crooked, we have focus with the keyword at the top, empowered, trigger statement, I don't want to be here. True statement, I am exactly where I need to be. You are ready to allow the energy from the divine and Mother Earth to fuel you as you fulfill your potential here. Yes. Let me move this so we have space. Yes. Honestly, I'm going to place this here. I feel called to do that. I like this. Okay. Next up, we have lime essential oil with the keyword gratitude, trigger statement, I am overwhelmed, true statement, I am moving. The time for planning is complete. Take action, no matter how small. Begin today. Literally what we've been talking about. What's this? And then the final essential oil card you have here is patchouli with the keyword earthly, trigger statement, I hate my body. True statement, my body is my temple. Remember that you are a spiritual being having an earthly experience. Revere your loyal, sacred body. Some of you guys may have had ED issues. That is also correlated to the root chakra. And if that is the case, if any of you guys do resonate with what I just shared, I would love to have a free soul clarity call with you. You can sign up for that in the description box below. The reason why I share that is because I am trauma-informed facilitator of deep healing and soul remembrance. And with my business, A Hymns, A Heals, I specifically made it focused on helping individuals heal from bulimic tendencies. So if that is something that you would like to talk about, I would absolutely love to share my story and my background and to see if anything I do would be something you'd be interested in for your journey. If that's something that you are struggling with, I would love to talk to you about it. Or if you're just somebody that has a self-sabotaging tendency that you would like to overcome, because that's really what I work through now. I used to do mainly for ED, but I changed it. I shifted my business to make it tailored to help everybody with any self-sabotage, because I realized that the work I was doing was working so good for this group of people. Like, why did I have to keep it to that like group when I can expand it and help so much more with the same system? Does that make sense? So that's something you're interested in, let me know. I am accepting one-on-one clients right now. And I do have a lot of different ways to make it accessible payment wise, because I know that this economy, that this government is screwing us over really hard right now. So if that's something you'd be interested in, let me know, okay? And you can sign up for your free soul clarity call in the description box below. But let's keep going, my loves. For the final Citadel card, you have this one upright with the pathless, difficult decisions, lack of direction. I'll place this here. For the final Malefique card, you have Sun with the number 31 here. And then for the final card, your Celtic Spirit card, it is number 29 with Heart Center, Connection, Love, and Receiving. That's the first time I ever saw this card in the deck, so that's really cute. Okay, sorry, I'm just fixing the cards a little, adjusting. How beautiful is this? How beautiful is this? Okay, so let us, before we just dive right in, I want to look at the meanings of some of these cards and read the messages, and then we'll keep exploring together. So let's look at my Malefique Lenormand cards first. Let's go to 18. Dog, friend, helper, or assistant, trust, loyalty, and support. And then ring next to it is partnership, union, promise, agreement, marriage, commitment. And then we have the number 11 coming through. And then we had 11 here with 2 and 9 adding to 11. 11 is a significance here that's standing out to me. And the reason why I share that, this might have to do, like I said, this situation is going to be different for everybody. Like I said, you got to cherry pick what resonates, what doesn't. One of the things I do see that, in reference to what this new version of you needs to fully come through, is your belief in itself. It needs you to believe in you more than anything right now. Believe in you in the sense of like, you are a good friend. You are a good person, pile number 3. I know that you feel like you haven't been lately, maybe I'm hearing like in the past, like you were so focused on like achieving things or something like that. Like you weren't able to have enough time for certain people, but there's been times where you were an overgiver. So you know that you have that in you, like you have a big heart. But you're learning how to like balance that. I am hearing though, like the heart that you give out to those you care about, if you can give that same love and attention to yourself, like that is one of the biggest things that this version of you needs to fully come through. And it needs it because in order for you to be able to progress forward even more on this journey you're in, or whatever the situation may be, it needs your help to get there. It needs your confidence, and it needs your strength. You have so much strength and power. Just look at how much you've accomplished and done to show that to yourself in a way. And so you've proven that to yourself enough. It's just that you keep, this is just this could be a generational pattern, this could be something that has led to a lot of stagnancy for other family members in your life, like in their own personal dreams or goals, or maybe they feel like love is not real, like, or they're divorced or something. Like I'm just thinking about all these, like they never got to have their dream job, or they never believed in themselves enough to follow a dream. Like there's something here about like other people, and like reflecting back on that, like that creates more self-doubt. And the thing that this version of you needs to fully come through, one of them, is to allow yourself to be seen even in your most raw state, which has to do with letting yourself be scared but do it anyways. Talk to yourself. If you have a fear, share it out loud like you're talking to a friend, but you're talking to your own mind. And you're like, sometimes I do this to myself and it's really helpful. Like I'll be like, I know you're scared, I know it, but it's just because you care a lot. And that's actually a good thing. It means that you have love to give. You have a big heart and you want to do the best in the situation. So let's do that. Let's believe in ourselves enough to know that we can do it because we do care this much. There's people that don't care at all that want to do these things. And it's just like, you are already 1,000 steps like in success just by the commitment and the attention to detail that you have for it. So you're passionate is what I'm trying to say. And that's a good thing. So like give yourself these little pep talks. that it needs support. It needs a lot of support, this new version of you, to fully come through. And it needs it from you in particular. Lastly, for Malefique, let's see the sun. So sun is light, warmth, energy, power, success, truth, and clarity. I want to see the pathless now. I'm trying to look at these 3 cards. I was talking about these. Now I want to look here. So let me go to the pathless and we'll see if we can put these 3 together. I feel like they want to be put together. 102. Okay. So the street is busy, alive with the shouting of voices and the sound of boots on cobbles, but one pair of feet seems to have no destination. Walking in circles, meandering and lost, this poor soul is the pathless, who hesitated on many decisions and rushed into too many others. They are the product of indecision and misdirection, lacking confidence in themselves and trusting too much in people who would misguide them. It feels like progress on whatever you've been working towards has ground to a halt. Others might give you unsolicited advice, but you know yourself better than anyone else. Take a step back and consider a new direction, but don't keep stubbornly moving forward if it's not getting you anywhere. There we go. That was a big call out. And not only that, these people feed crap into your head because I do feel like there's jealousy here. Sometimes people will personally stall our success because yes, they care. Maybe they're worried. They want to make sure we do it right. But also there is a form of jealousy of the amount of confidence it takes to actually go do the thing. And they don't have it in themselves, so they try to shake ours. See how projection works. One of the things that this new version of you needs to fully come through is second thing. On top of what we already shared, my love, is you know the thing you want. You know the thing you want to go get. The only thing that's stopping you is the material world, okay? Or some form of this idea that you need material things, maybe the body itself to be in poised, perfect condition, or like your reputation, because that's an external thing, to be in poised, perfect condition, or your body, your bank account. You need credentials to be in poised, perfect condition. You know, your home, your living situation. There's something here about perfect conditions, but it doesn't need perfectionism. The thing you're trying to get, you're still gonna have to like work when you're there. Does that make sense? So it's like you're idolizing things a little bit too much to the point where it's holding you back from just doing the thing because you keep thinking that like you need to be in poised perfect condition, but like when you get to the next thing, you're not going to be in that poised perfect condition for the next thing. So it's like this is never going to stop. Do you see what I mean? And that's where the dilemma comes in, because then you're just going to keep holding yourself back. It's never going to get easy. I know that sounds really like negative, and I'm not trying to come off in that way. I just mean like as you try to go to the next step, there's going to be another thing that you don't have a lot of experience in. So that it's not going to be easy. It's another learning curve. Or after you learn that thing, there's going to be another experience you're going to have that you have no experience with. And then you are going to be forced in that position to learn how to navigate that. You know, it's just, I'm not trying to make it sound so negative. It's more like stop trying to attain something that just doesn't exist, because you're always going to be faced with new things along the way. This new version of you needs you to recognize that. It needs you to just give yourself love for exactly as you are and exactly how you've been doing things, because it's ready to receive it, but you need to do it for you. Okay. This feels like a version of you that needs you to like go back into old ages, younger ages of you when you were criticized the most, and like give that version of you a lot of love right now, validation and recognition. Maybe even a suggestion could be to write a letter to that version of you, or, you know, close your eyes before you go to bed and really envision that version of you coming through and see if they have anything to say and see if there's anything you would like to say to them. Because it really feels like there needs to be some form of communication and compassionate language said between an old version of you and the version of you that's listening to this as we now. So that's another thing that will help this version of you fully come through. Now we are going to look here, because that's the last part that I'm seeing. And this is all, everything I'm sharing, by the way, is what's going to help you manifest this thing. This is divinely guided. Like, this reading was divinely led to you so that you can do this now, because there have been parts of yourself that you've neglected, and your soul is calling for a deeper connection within you. You know, this is where you're going to build a home for yourself. And the only way to do that is to remember that you have never been alone. You've always been supported. This exact situation, this exact moment as you're listening to this is happening to you so that you can start doing this now. This is all meant for you. This is your moment, my love. You've been shining, you just forgot. And now you're going to get to remember that again, but you have to remind yourself of that, and especially this younger version of you. Okay? Now let us go to the Spy Master to see the reverse position of that, because then we're going to want to see what this, because I felt like this card like impacts this card. You'll see what I mean when I explain it. Okay, so page 48. Okay, so we're looking at the reverse. Your high standards are only setting others up to disappoint you. Rather than expecting too much of people, try to recognize where you're being unrealistic and accept that nothing is perfect. So there we go. We have one. And then let me get to the next one. Okay, so we all wear different masks to appease the people around us. At work, with friends, in front of family, each mask is the part of ourselves we think is appropriate in the moment. But by being so concerned about others' opinions, you can lose sight of your true self. Stop changing to fit public expectations. It's time to work out who you are and what you want your life to be. Who is your genuine self? Let yourself be vulnerable and show others the real you. There are times for vulnerability and times for strength. When used in the right way, masks are powerful. They are a way to guard your privacy and keep you protected. In this moment, work out what mask you need to wear to achieve your purpose. Adopt that persona, adjust your behavior, and do what you have to do. See, like, there's something here about like embodiment and having to give yourself permission, because I feel like the Spy Master card isn't about like, or it could be about having really high standards towards others, but for you, I really do feel like this has to do with you versus you, like you having really high standards for yourself, and it keeps setting you up for disappointment. So rather than expecting so much of yourself, try to recognize where you're being unrealistic and accept that nothing is perfect, because you've seen people that aren't perfect either. So it's like, why do you keep thinking that that exists? Stop looking at online crap that makes you think their life is perfect. I'm telling you, it's just for the gram. You know what I mean? Ew, that made me sound old. But on top of that, with the Masquerade card, that's sideways, so upright and reverse positions. This is about remembering to, like, it's okay to, I guess, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. There is going to be moments where you're going to feel like kind of naked to a crowd of people as you're healing and moving through this and releasing the old, embracing this new you, because you're in the middle of becoming them. The biggest thing that will help this new version of you fully come through is to, during the moments where it's already stressful and overwhelming, instead of meeting it with friction and trying to avert yourself away, because the ego is going to try to do that, right? The old version of you will try to do that. Instead of kicking into that fight or flight response, why not find a way and figure out a way to have a good capacity, a nervous system capacity in that moment to be able to self-regulate yourself? And a way to self-regulate could be to protect your energy, protect your resources in the moment. So let's say you're out in public and okay, I'm going to give you a personal example because I can't really think of how to explain this without just giving my personal example. So a personal example of this is, okay, like I work from home, you know, I work with my clients one-on-one, and a lot of it is I have an online business with my healing work. But at the same time, I recently decided when I moved here to start doing things more in person and local as well, which is beautiful, but at the same time, it's very new to me because I'm used to doing things online, behind a screen, and in my safe space at home. So I had to get used to working in a different location where there are people around me. That was overwhelming for me. But at the same time, I know that I can do it, because if I just tell myself I can't because I'm overwhelmed, then I'm not figuring out a solution. I'm just letting myself get drained emotionally and energetically in that moment just by saying I can't, and I'm putting the wrong belief in my head. So we can do anything we set our mind to, and that's a fact. It's just I wasn't doing it the right way. So what did I do instead? I figured out, okay, I'm gonna have to do the thing that's really uncomfortable for me, and it's to set boundaries. If someone is talking to me too much and I need to work on my computer in the work environment, this new environment that I'm in more publicly, then I have to set that standard. But then I realized, like, oh, I was just worried because this was a narrative that I had, because I used to think like it's hard for me to work around people, but it was just hard for me to work around the people I grew up with, because that home was never a safe space to just focus on yourself unless you wanted to be constantly interrupted by others. And I realized in the real world, like, people don't want to be interrupted either. You know what I mean? But it's like I had to put on this idea of, like, I can do this. And I had to remind myself, like, I can take deep breaths when I feel overwhelmed. I can take a step outside. I can go to the bathroom, I can do things to make myself feel safer. I can bring my headphones and listen to piano music in the headphones, There are so many different things I can do. So it's like I put on a mask in a way to protect my energy in the public, because at home I don't really care about those things. I just have incense. My space is already clean because I like a clean environment when I'm working, and I play my piano music out loud, and it's just safe, a little safe bubble and container for me. But now it's like I have to remember the things I can control and a setting I can't control, and then that's where the mask can come in. So there's something here about letting yourself to still take action and do it in a way where you're working with your ego, not against it, or else the ego is going to work against you. Does that make sense? So that is the final thing. Again, guys, if anything of what I shared is confusing, let me know in the comments down below and I can try to clarify it. And then on top of that, if you want to talk more about this, like I said, I am accepting one-on-one clients right now, and we can schedule a free soul clarity call, and there's no pressure, no obligation in these calls to commit to anything, but we just share whether any of my one-on-one offerings would benefit the journey you're at in life, because I really feel like some of you guys that chose this pile could benefit a lot, and I would love to meet you. I always feel like I meet my soul-aligned clients, and I've met a lot of soul-aligned clients through my YouTube videos, so I always love to offer that as a offer. Okay, so lastly, my loves, to finish up your reading, we are going to be going into your final messages from source as well as your higher self and whatever else wants to come through, okay? So I'm going to move these cards out of the way because we have tarot to look at next. And where is it? In the tarot, it is very cute and beautiful because it is actually, I just got this deck recently, and it's called the Guardian Angel Tarot deck, and I thought it was really, really cute, so I felt called to use it for your final messages. All right, so let's just get these cards out of the way. Beautiful. And now for your final messages, we have a significator card and a back of the deck energy, and I didn't do any reversals for any of the decks, I mean piles, but for you guys I felt called to do reversals, even though this deck technically doesn't have any keywords for reversals, so it's like interesting, it was just like an intuitive thing. So for the significator card, you guys received the Four of Cups, which has distraction, self-absorption, and discontentment. And then for your back of the deck energies, you have the Seven of Cups. Oh, no, sorry. The Seven of Swords in reverse. Oops. With the Seven of Cups upright. So the Seven of Swords in reverse, or Seven of Swords upright, has awareness, caution, and consequences. But when it's in reverse, I feel like this is technically like a lack of strategy, because choices, overanalyzing, procrastination keeps getting in the way. Sevens may be of significance to you, so 777 is coming through. Highly recommend that you look into that. Maybe it's an additional message that's going to want to come through if you look it up, the meaning. Okay, so for the cards, you have the Nine of Cups with wishes, dreams, and happiness. The Ten of Swords in reverse, with the upright meaning endings, recovery, and freedom, but the Ten of Swords is in reverse. And then we have the Hierophant in reverse, and the upright is belonging, learning, and traditions. And then lastly, we have the Three of Pentacles upright with talent, recognition, and collaboration. And I want to clarify these cards. So we're going to get this deck. I want to get a clarifier for each. So can you clarify the Nine of Cups for me, please, in reference to the final message meant for pile number 3? Okay, so we have the Four of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords. I'm going to do this, actually. Four of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords. All right, next up. Can you clarify the Ten of Swords in reverse for me, please? Can you clarify the Ten of Swords in reverse for me, please? Can you clarify the Ten of Swords in reverse for me, please? We have the King of Cups. Can you clarify the Hierophant in reverse for me, please, for pile number 3 in reference to final messages for pile number 3 to end this reading, regardless of when they come across this reading? Can you please give me a clarifier for the Hierophant in reverse? Okay, so we have 3 cards. We have the Eight of Cups, the Seven of Pentacles, and the Ace of Cups, all upright. All right, so how am I going to do this? I don't know why I'm doing it like this, guys. It just felt called to do it that way. Or this way. All right, I'm going to move this over here. Lastly, we're going to clarify this Three of Pentacles. So can you clarify the Three of Pentacles for me, please? For the final message meant for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading, what is the clarifier for the Three of Pentacles? Okay, back of the deck is the Eight of Pentacles. This looks just like the Weaver card, and I don't think it's a coincidence. With the Three of Cups. Okay, now this card came sideways, so it's the Two of Swords with the Five of Wands. Okay, this is where things get weird. It's like, it's very hard for you to trust others and trust yourself, believe in yourself, or just like believe in the goodness of others. It's very, very hard for you to do. So a final message that's coming through to end your reading with today, my loves. Okay, I'm going to talk talk in as if I'm the guide speaking to you directly. I know that like listening to this entire reading, you're still probably in a point or in a space where you still are like, but what do I do? I still don't know what to do. Everything I heard in this reading still doesn't give me the answers I need. But here's the thing, pile number 3. We've been telling you all the things to do for such a long time now. You've heard it in your own mind. It's just that the other voices were so much louder that they would always overpower the messages, the little guidance and nudges that we would give you. We have been trying to help you out of this for such a long time because we know how badly you desire this thing. But at the end of the day, we cannot interfere with your free will, your ability to have choice. We can't interfere with your agency of self and your autonomy. We can try to nudge you in the right direction, but we are not going to tell you what to do exactly word for word. We give you guidance and we give you resources. And this reading was a resource because we were trying to help you, and we've been. But the thing is, no matter how many times that we try to tell you the things that can help and that will help, if you're the one that isn't willing to believe it and keep fighting against it, then that at the end of the day is on you. And that is what leads you to the feeling of failure, is that you keep procrastinating and stalling when you're just supposed to do it already. And you've been in this situation for a while now, and I know it's exhausting, but you've been the person putting yourself through this shit show because we've been trying to help you this entire time. And if you had listened to everything, and if you listen to everything that this reading is sharing with you in terms of guidance and things that will help this version of you to come through, that's how you're going to know you're on the right path, because you're going to get the right signs like next. You need to, okay, this is going to sound really aggressive. I don't know why your guide wants to talk like this, okay? But I don't know why they're being kind of passive aggressive, but I'm hearing you need to get your head out of your ass. I don't know why that came through. I've never said that to any pile. So I don't think that's me. I'm going to continue channeling though. I was like, whoa, okay. You need to get your head out of your ass, because we have been again and again trying to help you, but you just keep thinking you need to do this on your own, or you think no one's there to help you. And this is just a victim mentality mindset thing that has been going on for way too long. And now it's over, like it's done. It's past its due date here. And I think that we're just tired of it. We're tired of you using this as a reason to not go forward, because you've had an opportunity to go forward this entire time, and we can't keep waiting on you. This was something that we created as an opportunity or an opening for you to go and get the thing or go do the thing. But if you're not the one that takes it for yourself, there's nothing else we can do. We tried. And then I guess we'll just have to wait for another opportunity. But you're the one that needs to take the call, not us. We can't force you to do that. You need to believe in yourself, not us. We've been trying to believe in you. We've been trying to give you the guidance, but if you're not going to listen to it, and there's been other people that have come into your life that felt weird, the things that they shared, but you're still not listening because the ego's so strong. You have to let it go. There's been so many things trying to come through in terms of downloads and things of that nature. But it's like, until you release this idea of like already knowing all there is to know and that you're failing, it's like, embrace the uncertainty, embrace the unknown, embrace the uncertainty, embrace the unknown, and do it effing anyways. Do it from a place of groundedness and believing in yourself. And if that is really hard, then you really do need to let yourself talk to somebody that could help you in that regard. Because with the Three of Pentacles here, okay, I'm coming out of the character a little bit. It is so hard for you to like hear other people or like feel safe around working with other people in some way, shape, or capacity, or have other people involved. Like, whether it's like sharing your story with people, like going to therapy, like maybe therapy, like you don't like that idea, or like you don't like feeling like other people know what's best for you and it pisses you off, but then it's like you yourself doubt what's best for you, and you can tell the things that you're meant to do, like you can feel it internally, but you still put yourself in this cycle of like, I don't know what to do, but I'm not going to let anyone tell me what's best for me, but I'm still not going to let myself tell me what's best for me. Like this don't make sense. You can't keep doing this to yourself, my love. Remember, rewind the video as many times as you need to go back to when I shared the things that this new version of you needs to fully come through. I really think everything that I shared is going to benefit greatly, because you have to get your own head out of your ass, basically. I don't like how your guides talk, but I guess that's just the way that they think will make it click for you more. But that is what I'm seeing for your final message. Let us now get some sliplets of paper to wrap up and see what we have here for you. For pile number 3, final things for pile number 3. Final things. Ooh. For pile number 3. Okay. I don't like this one, though. I don't feel resonant with that one. Okay, so we got 5. All right, so let's see what this one says. Your intuition isn't gone. You've just silenced it by flooding your system with other people's opinions. Pull your energy back before you go listen to another reading. That's insane. Maybe this is why your guide sounded annoyed. Like maybe you've gotten more than one reading and it's like, what do I do with this situation? It's like you keep getting the guidance, but you don't want to hear it, or you keep doubting the guidance and you want more reassurance on it. That could be why it came through that aggressively. Next up, we have Lilith. Oh, let me make it focus. Lilith energy is loud right now. If you feel too much, that's your power trying to get out of the cage. You're channeling without knowing it. Those weird sentences you've been saying, not random. Neptune fog. You want to be certain, but this is the kind of... Okay, sorry, I can't read on the camera. You want to be certain. Oh my God, my voice. Ew. Okay. Neptune fog. You want to be certain, but this is the kind of knowing that comes only after surrender. Exactly. And lastly, my loves, your final message to end this reading. Oh my gosh, this is so aligned. Every time you catch yourself obsessing, ask, what part of me is still looking for control? I kid you not, every single time I bring out my sliplets of paper, guys, always on point, always aligned with the readings we just dived into. Like, I can't with this. It's insane. All right. With that being said, my loves, thank you so much for showing up for yourself today. Give yourself a hug, give yourself a pat on the back, because I know my readings can be pretty brutal and hard to listen to, okay? Sometimes it's hard because, you know, shadow work. Shadow work is not supposed to be easy, or else we'd all be living in a utopia by now because everyone could do it. And there were some shadows that wanted to come out to play. You know, there were some things that came through that wanted to be revealed, wanted you to acknowledge, and we did dive into them. So give yourself a lot of love. I'm really proud of you for showing up. I'm really proud of you for listening to the message, because that guide was pretty harsh. Remember, don't hate the messenger. I really genuinely just channel the exact way that Source wants me to. I try not to have a filter, and it's hard, you know, from someone who's gone to school for trauma-informed work, like it is hard to not have a filter, because you also want to be like cautious, like you want to keep everyone in mind and be considerate, but then it's like, I have tried doing that through a lens, like delivering messages, and I realized that the more I try, I realized the more my ego was trying to control the story or the channel messages for me. And sometimes the messages just have to come out the way that they want to come out, because I would be interfering with the energy and tone of voice that this message wants to be delivered through to you. Does that make sense? So just know, I say all my things with a place of so much unconditional love. There's no judgment. There's no criticism here. I am an equal, and you are an equal. I am not above you nor below you, and you are not above me nor below me. We have all gone through very similar shit in our own separate ways, okay? In our own unique lenses. So just know, I'm not judging you at all. And I feel, honestly, the complete opposite of judgment. I feel honored. I feel so grateful, and special in a way, privileged that I got to do this reading for you, that I got to show up in the way that I did and explore things in the light and the lens that I did. And if you're still here, you know, I send you so flipping much unconditional love. You have no idea how proud of you I am for showing up for yourself in this moment. If you can give this reading a thumbs up, if it resonated, you know, any little form of engagement that you do on this video will really help show the algorithm like, hey, these videos could help others.
And it really does help show me that other people that come across my readings, they do believe in what I'm trying to do here, which is a mission statement that I believe very heavily in, which is healed people are who help heal this world. But the only way that I can create a ripple effect and show to people that tarot pick a cards can be used for self-healing and self-growth and not just to know your freaking future, you know, or to weaponize like love issues and situations of that regard, I need to reach to more people. So if you guys can like, subscribe, comment down below, share this video to anyone that you think could benefit from a topic like this one, it would mean the absolute world to me. And it also shows to me that you want to be part of the mission of healed people who help heal this world, okay? So with that being said, I send you so much unconditional love. I'm so proud of you. Keep believing in yourself. Listen to this video as many times as you need to. I know that this one was pretty hard to hear. And hopefully I'll see you in my next readings to come. Bye.